The League Part 1 by Colton Dennis. When a race of supervillains comes together, it's up to a race of superheroes to stop them. Who will win this battle? New York City. People talking. Footsteps walking. Brandon is talking in his mind. Just because people look the way they do, doesn't mean they are different. I mean, everyone's their own person. And they always say it's white, black, and many others. But there's a new species. Us, said Brandon. James appears, looking over the city. A car swerves. Police sirens are wailing. The cars drive past. Brandon sighs, runs, jumps off the building, transforms his arms into wings, and then flies towards the car. Robber 1 sees Brandon flying towards the car. Holy shit, said Robber 1. Brandon goes through the windshield, then kicks Robber 1 through the back window. The car drives towards a gas station. Shit, said Brandon. The car explodes. People gasping. Robber 1 laughs, then points the gun. Who's next? asked Robber 1. Screeching in the distance. Robber 1 turns around, then sees Brandon flying towards him. Brandon kicks Robber 1. Wings transform into arms. You're going to jail, buddy, said Brandon. Sirens wailing. Thanks, Flying Angel, said Officer 1. Brandon walks, then flies away. I'm getting sick and tired of being called that. Brandon lands on the balcony. The door opens and then shuts. Hey Alan, said Brandon. I saw what happened, said Alan Reedman, appearing. They called me Flying Angel again. I'm tired of being called that, said Brandon. How do you think I feel? I can't touch anything, said Alan. Yeah, it's a good thing your side can't melt, said Brandon. Yeah, because it's all dry ice. It's the only thing I can't melt, said Alan. Maybe we should give you dry ice clothes. 'Cause coming home to a naked man is not good, said Brandon. TV turns on. And today in the news. A new species of mutation. He calls himself Magnum. With the help of 2 others. Poison and venom, said Reporter 1. Well, newcomers. Meet me downstairs, said Brandon. Have you forgotten? asked Alan. Right, stay here then, said Brandon. The door opens then shuts. Main. Footsteps walking. Hey boss, we're on the news, said Kyle Parsons, appearing on the couch. What should we do, boss? asked Joshua Parsons, appearing next to Kyle. Well, first, don't call me boss. It's Magnum. Second, who cares? No one will be able to stop us, said J. Law, appearing. A robber was stopped today. He stole tons of money. But thanks to Flying Angel. The robber was Dash, said Reporter 1. Rewind that. TV. Rewinds, then pauses. Mr. Brandon James, said Jay. Is something wrong? asked Joshua. We need to get to New York. Let's go, said Jay. Both Joshua and Kyle look at each other. Footsteps walking. Brandon grabs a newspaper, then bumps into Sarah. I'm sorry. Hi, I'm Brandon, said Brandon. Hi, I'm sorry. You look familiar, said Sarah. I'm Brandon James, also known as. Brandon clears his throat. Flying Angel, said Brandon. Oh my, could we go somewhere? I need to show you something, said Sarah. Sure, we could go to my apartment, said Brandon. Footsteps walking. Elevator dings. Rain Shoemaker appears. Hey, Brandon, ma'am. The elevator goes up. How's Alan? Asked Rain. Fine. Elevator dings. Doors open. Both Brandon and Sarah walk off the elevator. See you, Rain, said Brandon. Who's that? Asked Sarah. Rain Shoemaker. I call him Arms, said Brandon. Why? Asked Sarah. No reason. Keys jingling. Here we are. Oh, I should warn you about my roommate, said Brandon. What? Asked Sarah. Well, he's naked all the time, said Brandon. Why? Asked Sarah. Wait and see, said Brandon, opening the door. Both Brandon and Sarah walk into the apartment. Sarah gasps. I'm sorry, ma'am, said Alan. Why's he naked? Asked Sarah. You know how I can fly. Sarah nods. He has the power of acid, said Brandon. Power of acid, said Sarah. Do you see what he's standing on? That's dry ice. If he left that area, he'd melt this entire building, said Brandon. Well, do you think there's more of you? Asked Sarah. Like us, probably. Do you know any? Said Brandon. Well, besides you two, I know another, said Sarah. Who? Asked Brandon. Me. I'm one too, said Sarah. What's your power? Asked Brandon. I have the power of mist, said Sarah. Mist, let's see, said Brandon. Sarah transforms into mist, then floats around the apartment. That's so cool, said Alan. Knocking on the door. Sarah transforms back. Who is it? Asked Brandon. Room service, said male voice 1. Door opens. Joshua, and Kyle appear. Magnum, said Brandon. Hello, Mr. James, or is it Flying Angel? Mr. Reedman, aka Acid, said Jay. What are you doing here? Asked Alan. Well, I came to talk to you. I am making a group. We're going to rule the world. But I can tell you now. You'll try to stop us. So, we'll meet on a battlefield. If you don't show up, we'll hunt you down and kill you, said Jay. How many people? Asked Brandon. As many as you want. See you then, said Jay. Joshua hisses. All three are walking out of our apartment. Wait, when? Asked Brandon. I'll give you 2 weeks, said Jay. Door shuts. Brandon sits down, then sighs. Brandon, who was that? Asked Sarah. Jay Law, also known as Magnum. He's my father, said Brandon. Doesn't Magnum mean metal? Asked Sarah. That's his power. He bends metal, said Alan. So, do you know any others? Asked Sarah. Brandon looks at Alan. You'll have to do it, said Alan. Hang on. Intercom is being pressed. Rain, please come up here, said Brandon. Sure, Brandon, be right up, said Rain. He'll be here soon, said Brandon. Knocking on the door. Door opens. Rain walks inside. What's up, guys? Asked Rain. Well, Rain, she knows about us. So, would you show her your power? Said Brandon. He's one, asked Sarah. Yes, show her, said Brandon. All right, sit down, said Rain. Both Brandon and Sarah sit on the couch. Rain clears his throat. 4 extra arms appear. 4 extra arms, said Sarah. 6 altogether, said Rain. Arms disappear. How long have you known him? Asked Sarah. Me, Alan, and Rain have been friends since college, said Brandon. We have other problems. Starting with Magnum and the battle, said Alan. What battle? Asked Rain. Magnum wants to kill us. So, I need a group of people, said Brandon. I'm in, said Rain. I always have your back, said Alan. Do we know any others? Asked Brandon. I know who could help. 3 people. Here are their names, said Rain, handing paper. Footsteps walking. Hey Joshua, look at that, said Kyle. You're a pervert, Kyle, said Joshua. Both Joshua and Kyle are being choked. Both of you concentrate. We need more people, said Jay, lowering his arm. All 3 walk smashing sound. Jacob and Joseph appear to be holding bags. Sirens wailing. Police cars stop. Don't move, said Officer 2. Look at them, Jacob. They think they could stop us, said Joseph. Should we help them? Magnum asked Joshua. They already have help, said Jay, nodding. Wind whooshing. Officer falling. Jose appears next to both Jacob and Joseph. Sorry, I'm late, said Jose. Let's finish this, said Jacob. Police cars are raised, then fall. Cops, run, said Jay. Officers are running away. Who the hell are you? Asked Jose. Well, a feisty one. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jay Law, also known as Magnum. These are my 2 companions, Kyle and Joshua Parsons. You 3, I'd love for you to join us, said Jay. Well, we've seen his power. What's yours? Asked Joseph. Joshua spits at the window. The window slowly dissolves. Kyle blows poison. People coughing. Yeah, we'll join you. Only if it's for destruction, said Jose. Oh, trust me. There will be destruction, said Jay. Magnum, I think we shouldn't, said Joshua. Don't worry, Venom, said Jay. Footsteps walking. The first person is William Wenner, said Brandon. Where is he? Asked Sarah. Right, here. A gun range, let's find him, said Brandon. Door opens. Guns firing. Discs exploding. Crowd clapping. Thank you. Next, I need an assistant, said William Wenner, appearing. I'll do it, said Sarah. Come on up here. Sarah walks towards William. I'm going to shoot this apple off your head, said William, looking at the crowd. Gun fires. The apple falls to the ground, crowd clapping. Hey, William, do it again. I bet you can't, said Sarah. William laughs. Sweetheart, I can do it again, said William. Oh no, said Brandon. William puts another apple on Sarah's head. Sarah looks at Brandon, smiles, and then winks. Brandon puts his hand over his face. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, said William, raising his gun. Gun fires. Sarah transforms into mist. Apple falls. The bullet schemes the apple before striking the wall. Sarah transforms back. People are staring at Sarah. Sarah grabs the apple, then bites it. Nice try, said Sarah, tossing the apple to William. Both Brandon and Sarah are walking. He could have killed you, said Brandon. Hey, you stopped my bullet. I knew you were a mutant. I thought that was impressive. So, if either of you needs help, call me anytime, said William, handing a card. Thank you, said Brandon. William walks away, then stops. Oh, and call me gunman, said William. So, who's next on the list, asked Sarah. Christopher Bogdan. It says he likes bugs, said Brandon. Bugs, that's gross, said Sarah. Footsteps walking. Hey Magnum, someone's following us, said Jose. Really, because I don't see anyone, said Kyle. Joshua sniffs. He's right, I smell him, said Joshua. All six are looking around. Kyle falls into Jose. I can't see him, said Joseph. He's a runner like me, said Jose, getting kicked. Sean Singer appears. Hello. I'm Sean Singer. I heard you need help, said Sean. And why would we take you, asked Jay. 'Cause you can't fight what you can't see, said Sean. I like him, said Jose. You're in, said Jay. All seven continue walking. This is where he lives, said Sarah. Apparently so. Let's go quickly, said Brandon. Knocking on the door. Door opens. Both Brandon and Sarah are walking inside. Tanks appear. Brandon, these are empty, said Sarah. Clanking sound. Both Brandon and Sarah are walking. Spider appears on the wall. Let's go, said Brandon. Both Brandon and Sarah turn around. Spider appears. Sarah screams. I'm sorry, said Christopher. Did that just talk, asked Sarah. Wait, Christopher Bogdan, asked Brandon. Spider transforms into Christopher Bogdan. Please, call me Buggy. How can I help you, asked Christopher. We need a group to go into battle. Would you help us, asked Brandon. Sure, I'll follow you, said Christopher. Oh, what was in those, asked Sarah. My food, I don't eat human food, said Christopher. Sarah looks at Brandon. Let's go find our last member, said Brandon. Footsteps walking. Joseph looks at the wall. The shadow transforms into a creature. Jacob, look, said Joseph. All seven see the shadow. What, asked Jay. My shadow transformed, said Joseph. Just keep moving, said Jacob. All seven walk. Jay stops. Is something wrong, Magnum, asked Joshua. Someone's here. Chameleon, go, said Jay. Sean blends in. All six are waiting. Sean falls from the alley. Whatever it is, it saw me, said Sean. Let's go, Jacob, said Joseph. Both Jacob and Joseph are walking down the alley. Portal appears. Both fall into the portal, then reappear next to all five of them. I'm tired of this, said Jay, raising his arm. Building shaking. Amanda appears, then gets dragged towards Jay. Let me go, said Amanda Alexistino, appearing. She's doing this, said Jose. She's more powerful than any of you. But not me. What's your name, little lady, asked Jay. Amanda Alexistino, said Amanda. No, your real name, said Jay. Darkette, I'm sorry, said Amanda. Why, dear, it's your choice to do what you want, said Jay, lowering his arm. All seven walk away. Could I come, asked Amanda. Only if you help send a message. Please follow, said Jay. Footsteps walking. Hey, this guy doesn't have an address, said Brandon. Let me see. James Ryan. Oh, he lives in a cave, said Christopher. Where, asked Sarah. Look to your left, said Christopher. All three see the cave. He lives in there, asks Sarah. Light appears in the cave. Mr. Ryan, said Brandon. All three walk into the cave. Fire appears on the wall, then runs down it. A figure appears. Are you sure? asks Sarah. Yeah, we'll find him, said Christopher. Deep voice. How? asked male voice too. With my instinct, said Christopher. All three stop, then look at each other. The cave gets brighter. All three turn around. James Ryan appears. Please keep moving, we'll find him, said James. Are you Dash? asked Brandon, being interrupted. I'm James Ryan, aka The Flame, said James. Will you Dash? asked Brandon, being interrupted again. Yes, I'll join the battle. Just so you know, I can read your minds, said James. Well, let's head to my apartment. The group's together, said Brandon. Knocking on the door. Door opens. Jay appear. Hello, Rain and Alan. I just wanted to drop by and send a message, said Jay, laughing. To be continued, The League Part 2 by Colton Dennis. When Jay and his group send a message, Brandon and his group must retaliate. Jay laughing. Rain, run, said Alan. Rain runs towards the door, gets hit, groans, then falls to the floor. Sean appears next to the door. You're not going anywhere, said Sean. Alan puts his hands on his head. Get up, Rain, said Alan. I feel sorry for you, Mr. Reedman. People are dying around you. Jay raises his hand. Rain rises off the floor and then looks at Alan. Goodbye, arms, said Jay, swinging his arm. Rain goes through the window. Window smashes. Rain screams, then smacks against the concrete. Alan growls. I should rip you apart, said Alan. Come on out. Message sent, said Jay, walking out of the apartment. All seven follow. Joshua stops. I'm sorry, Acid. Really, I am, said Joshua. Footsteps walking. People are standing in a circle. What's going on? asked Sarah. Who knows? All four run through the crowd, then see Rain's body. Rain, no, said Brandon, falling to his knees. Geez, I'm sorry, Brandon, said Sarah. Rain's body goes into an ambulance. Door opens. Alan is looking down. Brandon sees Alan on the wood floor. Alan, you're on the floor. Not the dry ice, said Brandon. I can control it now, said Alan. What happened? asked Brandon. It was Jay, said Alan. He's gonna pay for this. We need to get ready, said Brandon. Footsteps walking. Joshua stops. You alright, bro? asked Kyle. I don't want to do this anymore, Magnum. What you did to Arms? That wasn't you, said Joshua. What are you saying, Venom? asked Jay. I'm done. I'm leaving. You do the battle without me, Jay, said Joshua. Well, if that's your decision, we'll move on. Let's go, team, said Jay. All five follow Jay. Kyle looks at Joshua, then follows the group. Joshua walks in a different direction. Alan walks onto the deck. Well, now you don't have to stay inside, said Brandon. We need to talk. Since Rain is gone, we've only got 4 people. We don't stand a chance, said Alan. Alan, we're going into battle. And I'm not going to disappoint Rain. I don't care how many people Jay has. We're going to kill them all, said Brandon. Knocking on the door. Door opens. William appears. Hey, I got your message. Rain's dead. Who did this? Asked William. Jay Law, said Sarah. Magnum, he's still out there, asked William. You know him, asked Sarah. He killed my father. And now, Rain, said William. William, we need your help. We're going into a battle with Jay, said Sarah. I'm there, said William. Both Alan and Brandon walk inside. Hey William, this is my roommate Alan Reedman, said Brandon. William extends his hand. I can't shake hands, said Alan. I won't hurt you, said William. No, but I could hurt you, said Alan, if he touches us. We could die, said Brandon. Well, we have 6 now, said Alan. How many does Jay have? Asked William. 8, said Alan. Knocking on the door. Door opens. Joshua appears. Venom, what are you doing here? Asked Brandon. I came to ask you something. I want to help you. I didn't know Jay was going to do that to Rain. Please, let me help, said Joshua. It could be a trick, said Alan. No, I told Jay I was leaving. And I think he's going to kill me. So, please let me help, said Joshua. I believe you. Come on inside. But I'm keeping an eye on you, said Brandon. Doors open. Magnum, where are we? Asked Kyle. Well, we lost Joshua. But I found someone who could help, said Jay. What's his name? Asked Sean. Mark Ludd. Chewing sound. All 7 stop. Also known as hyena, said Jay. A shadow moves past. Group looking around. Laughing in the distance. I can't see, said Kyle. A chewed carcass appears. Eyes appear in the darkness. Mark's face appears. Who are you? Asked Mark. Kyle cowering. You're Mark Ludd, aka Hyena. And we're looking for one last member. I want you to be it, said Jay. Mark tilts his head. All right, only if my kids could come too, said Mark. Kids, said Jose. Mark whistles. Hyenas appear around Mark. Bring them along. We'll need them, said Jay, walking away. All 7 follow. So, you're saying there's 7 of them now? Asked Sarah. Yes, said Joshua. All right, let's get to the field. I can't wait any longer, said Brandon. All 7 walk into the hallway. Elevator dings. All 7 stop. Doors open. Both hyenas and Mark appear on the elevator. Everybody run, said Alan. All 7 start running. Hyenas are chasing the group. Both Christopher and William run into the apartment. Door shuts. Another elevator dings. Doors open. Both Alan and James run onto the elevator. Doors shut. Brandon, Joshua, and Sarah are running. Hyenas growling. Nick Parks appears down the hallway, pulls out an arrow, then aims his bow. Brandon sees Nick. Get down, said Brandon. All 3 lay on the floor. A hyena jumps. The arrow hits the hyena. Arrows are continuously being fired. Hyenas falling. Are you alright? Asked Nick. Yeah, hey, where'd you shoot like that? Asked Sarah. At a gun range. I was taught by William Winner. Oh, my name is Parks. Nick Parks, or also arrow, said Nick. Footsteps walking. Door opens. Everyone, this is Nick Parks. Nick, this is our group, said Brandon. Hello, he tells me you're in trouble. I'm here to help, said Nick. Footsteps approaching hyena bodies. My kids, don't worry. Daddy's going to get revenge for you, said Mark. 3 days later. Jay's group appears in the field. Brandon and his group approach. This is where it all ends, son, said Jay. You'll be the one that ends. You're a coward for what you did. Now, to pay back the favor, said Brandon. Kyle sees Joshua. Brother, said Kyle. You brought this upon yourself, brother, said Joshua. Villains, attack, said Jay. Attack! Yelled Brandon. All 15 are running at each other. Jay is standing on a rock. Brandon jumps. Arms transform into wings. Brandon flies towards Jay. Christopher stops. Mark laughing. I'm going to chew on your carcass. Once I kill you, said Mark. If you could catch me, said Christopher, jumping at Mark, transforming into a spider, then landing on him. Mark tries swatting the spider. Spider transforms into Christopher. Christopher kicks Mark. Nick holding his bow. Jose laughs. You can't shoot anything that goes fast, said Jose. Well, it's going to be a challenge, said Nick, raising his bow. Arrows are being fired. Jose runs. Both Alan and James look at each other, then at both Jacob and Joseph. Both Jacob and Joseph laugh. James forms fireballs. Go, said Alan. Fire is being thrown. William walks, then falls. You can't find me, said Sean. Don't worry, I will, said William, being kicked, then groans. Kyle running. Spit hits the ground, then dissolves. Why are you helping them, brother? Asked Kyle. I don't want to go to jail. Plus, I never liked Jay to begin with. Or you, brother, said Joshua. Both Joshua and Kyle are fighting. Sarah sees Amanda. Well, a goth, said Sarah. Well, this goth hates heroes, said Amanda, raising her hands. The tree breaks, then goes towards Sarah. Sarah transforms into mist. The tree goes through Sarah. Any other plans? Asked Sarah. You'd be surprised at what's on the dark side, said Amanda. Sarah transforms back, then tries transforming into mist. Oh no, said Sarah, being hit by a tree. Brandon lands next to Jay. Hello, son, said Jay. You're going to pay for what you did, said Brandon. Join me, and it won't happen again, said Jay. Never, father, you're going down, said Brandon, swinging his fist. Jay moves, then kicks Brandon. Nick falls. Jose stops running. You can't go any faster, can you? Asked Jose. You'll find out, said Nick, grabbing his bow. Jose runs. Nick raises his bow, then breathes slowly. Jose laughing. An arrow is being fired. Jose laughs, sees an arrow in his chest, then slows down. You. Jose falls. You got me, said Jose, gasping his last breath. Kyle falls. You're not going to win, brother, said Joshua. Kyle turns onto his stomach. That's where you're wrong, said Kyle, turning to his back, then breathing poison. Joshua coughs. Kyle kicks Joshua. Joseph swings his fist. Alan moves, then raises his hands. You picked the wrong person to mess with, said Alan. Acid comes from Alan's hands. Joseph gets surrounded by acid. Hey, you didn't kill me, said Joseph. You don't need to. The acid will do it, said Alan. Acid gets closer to Joseph. Alan walks away. Joseph screams. Jacob looks. Alan, let's combine our powers, said James. Both acid and fire go towards Jacob. Jacob burns, then falls. Christopher falls. Mark puts his foot on Christopher's chest. It's time to die, said Mark, showing his teeth. Christopher struggling. Finish me, said Christopher. Mark growls. Don't even think about it, said James. Alan, James, and Nick surround Mark. Do your worst, said Mark. Christopher looks at all three of them. You know, I can fly, right, said Christopher, transforming into a fly. Mark looks. James throws fire. Nick fires an arrow. Arrow catches on fire and then goes into Mark's chest. Mark gasps. Fly. Mark laughs, then coughs up blood. Good one, said Mark, falling. William walking. Gun being raised. Where are you, asked William. Sean appears next to the tree. Just keep looking, said Sean. William turns around. Sean kicks William. William falls, then drops the gun. Sean grabs the gun. Give me my gun back, said William. You want your gun? Sean drops the gun, then stomps onto it. Get a new one, said Sean. William swings his fist. Sean moves, then blends in. You messed with my gun. Twig snaps. But the only thing is. Another twig snaps. I have more guns, said William, turning around and firing guns. Bullets are hitting trees. Blood appears. Guns continue firing. Sean appears, then falls. Sarah groans. You lost, said Amanda. Why do this, sister, asked Sarah. You are my stepsister. I could do whatever I want, said Amanda. If you do whatever you want, why are you listening to Magnum, asked Sarah. Amanda stops, looks at Jay, then back at Sarah. You're right. I'm done, sister, said Amanda, forming a portal and then going through it. Portal disappears. Sarah smiles. Joshua lay on the ground. Kyle laughing. Are you done, brother? Look around. Your people are dropping like flies. You could stop this. We both could leave, said Joshua. Kyle looks around, then sees Jay. Brother, let's leave Jay. He brought this upon himself, said Kyle, pulling Joshua to his feet. Both Joshua and Kyle walk away. Brandon groans. You've lost, son, said Jay. I'm not the one who lost. You did, said Brandon, flipping backwards. Nick appears, then fires an arrow. Arrow goes into Jay's shoulder. Gun fires. Jay gets shot in the knee, then falls. Congratulations. Now finish it, son, said Jay. No, said Brandon, kicking Jay in the face. Jay goes unconscious. We won, said Sarah. 2 weeks later, door opens. Hello, father, here's your dinner, said Brandon. A tray is being placed on the table. You know, this won't hold me forever, son, said Jay. Well, I'll be waiting for that day, said Brandon, walking out of the room. Door shuts. Brandon walks upstairs, then looks out the window. Icebergs appear. Amanda, Joshua, and Kyle appear to be sitting in chairs. "So, we'll break him out," said Kyle. "Yeah, with our new team," said Joshua. People appear. All three are smiling. The end. The League III, Rise of the Stone Army by Colton Dennis. When Jay gets set free, he goes and resurrects an ancient army to help him. Will Jay be defeated in Jay's mind? A long time ago, an army ruled all mankind. The Stone Army. They killed many kings. The leader, Sergeant David Stone, would never die. Until a battle came between them and mutants. Sergeant David Stone was slaughtered by our kind. And his army was turned into statues. Then the mutants hid from the army. So no one could find them. To this day, no one has a clue where they are, said Jay. Door opens. Brandon walks into the room. "Here's your food, Dad," said Brandon. "Thank you." Jay picks up the sandwich and then bites it. "So, how's everyone upstairs?" asked Jay. "They're doing fine," said Brandon. "How's that little cutie pie the mist girl?" asked Jay. "Her name is Sarah." "We all have names," said Brandon. "And mutant names too. Isn't that right, Flying Angel?" Brandon shakes his head, then starts walking away. "Brandon, you can't keep me in here forever," said Jay. "Like I've always told you, I'll be waiting for that day," said Brandon, shutting the door. Jay smiles. "It'll come sooner than you think, my son," said Jay, finishing the sandwich. Brandon walks upstairs. The door shuts, then gets locked. Alan appears. "Is he still planning on escaping?" asked Alan. "When he does, I'll dash," said Brandon, being interrupted. "Deal with it? You say that now. But what if you don't?" asked Alan, walking away. A chair spins around. Joshua appears. More mutants appear around the table. "That will be the plan," said Joshua. "What about the others?" asked Lucas. "Do whatever's necessary. Kill them, hurt them, etc. But I want Jay undamaged," said Joshua. Mutants smiling. Footsteps walking. Sarah sees Brandon. "Hey, how'd it go with your father?" asked Sarah. "He's fine. He's still trying to leave." "But that won't happen," said Brandon. "I know you seem a little glum," said Sarah. "It's what Alan said." "What if he does escape, and I don't do anything about it?" "What if he's right?" asked Brandon. "Don't worry about what Alan said. The acid is going to his brain," said Sarah. Both Brandon and Sarah are chuckling. Alan stands next to the wall of the hallway, then walks away. Christopher, James, Nick, and William are watching TV. Alan walks past. "Hey Alan, wanna watch?" asked Nick. "No," said Alan, walking outside. Door slams. "I wonder what's bugging him." "'Cause it ain't me," said Christopher. All four continue to watch TV. Alan walking. Snow falling. Alan sees an iceberg. The iceberg floats and melts. Alan growls, lowers his arm, then kneels. "Ah!" yelled Alan. Water bubbling. Alan stands up, then turns around. The wind blows faster. Alan looks. A tornado appears in the middle of the water. Alan watching. The tornado gets closer. Alan hears laughter. Footsteps walking downstairs. Both Brandon and Sarah are standing behind the couch. "What's this?" asks Sarah. "Die Hard," Ever see it? Said Nick. Nope, said Sarah, walking into the kitchen. Brandon looks around. Where's Alan? Asked Brandon. He went outside. And seemed pretty mad, said James. Christopher, did you bother him again? Asked Sarah. Hey, I learned from the last time, said Christopher. Alan goes through the window. Alan, said Brandon. Evil laughter. Joshua and his group appear. Where's Magnum? I know he's here, said Joshua. You're not getting him. Not at all, said Brandon. Well, we were hoping for this, said Joshua, spitting towards Brandon. Brandon moves. All fighting. Guns firing. Portal appears. Bullets go into the portal. Kyle appears, then blows poison. Poison spreads. Nick runs upstairs. Blade jumps at the top of the staircase, then growls. Bone blades sticking out of Blade's front wrists. What the hell are you? Asked Nick. Blade swings arms. Nick ducks, then runs into his bedroom. Bow and Quiver appear. Growling behind Nick. Nick gets kicked into his room. Door shuts. Thudding sounds inside the room. Christopher is standing next to the wall. Stephen appears. Let's see what you got, said Christopher. Stephen raises the lighter, lights it, then breathes. Christopher falls. Fire starts. Jay is sitting in his room. Banging on the door. The door turns black, then breaks off. Amanda appears. What a rescue, said Jay. You're not going anywhere, said Brandon. You'll never learn. Will you, son? Asked Jay, grabbing Amanda's arm. Both Amanda and Jay disappear. No, said Brandon. I'll run downstairs. They're all gone, said William. Alan was right, said Brandon. Curtains are on fire. Christopher looks, then runs towards the cellar door. Fire, said Christopher. I'll run upstairs, then throw water onto the curtains. We'll get him back, said Sarah. Yeah. Thudding in the hallway. Nick limping. Nick, said Brandon. What happened? Asked Sarah. Nick is holding onto the banister. One of them followed me. I got him. But dash. Nick sighs. He got me too, said Nick, collapsing. All surround Nick. Nick, stay with me, said Brandon. Nick coughs up blood. It was an honor for me. Find Magnum, and kill, K-dash, said Nick, gasping his last breath. All start crying. William walks into Nick's room and then sees Blade's body. Hey Chris, come give me a hand, said William. Christopher approaches. Geez, what do you need? Asked Christopher. Help me take this body outside. Then throw it into the ocean, said William. Both Christopher and William carry Blade's body and then throw it into the ocean. Footsteps walking. Brandon, are you all right? Asked Sarah. Alan was right, I didn't think he would be. My father escaped. Alan's hurt, and Nick's dead. He's going to pay, said Brandon, walking away from Nick's body. The group appears to be sitting at the table. Welcome back, Magnum, said Kyle. It's great to be back. And you've got more people, said Jay. Yes, this is Stephen Grimes, Lucas Brooks, and Brian Luell, said Joshua. Brian Luell. Animal, isn't it? Asked Jay. Yes, sir, said Brian. You know him? Asked Amanda. I met him when I was in the Navy. Before I knew of my power, said Jay. Then I met Ion here. We joined another team, said Brian. Yes, the Stone Army, said Jay. Now, what about the others? Asked Joshua. Well, since I failed last time against them, I've got a new plan. And it deals with the Stone Army, said Jay. But no one knows where they are, said Stephen. No one knows where to look, said Jay. I can't allow that, sir. I didn't plan on getting you out. Then summon them again, said Brian. Same here, said Stephen. Well then, I guess I don't need any of you, said Jay, raising his hands. Metal bending then wraps around the group. The group gets pulled towards the wall. Magnum, don't do this, said Joshua. Don't worry, all mutants will be the last to be killed. Only if they don't get in my way, said Jay, walking away. If they're awakened, they won't be stopped, said Stephen. I know, said Jay, shutting the door. Footsteps walking back and forth. What should we do? Asked James. Should we ask Brandon? Asked Sarah. He hasn't left the cellar since, said William. I think we'll need help. Since there's more of them, said Sarah. Alan groans. I know some people, said Alan. Who? Asked Sarah. Old friends, said Alan. Sarah walks into the cellar. Brandon, are you down here? Sarah looks into the room. The room appears to be empty. Picture laying on the floor. Sarah picks up the picture, then sees both Brandon and Jay. Footsteps walking upstairs. Hey, Brandon's not downstairs. Where is he? Asks Sarah. Alan concentrates. Imagine of a building appears. Alan groans. He went after Magnum, said Alan, trying to stand up. Lay down. James, stay with him, said Sarah. What are you doing? Asked James. We're going after Brandon. Before something else happens. Where is he? Alan asked Sarah. Group struggling. Door opens. I'll see Brandon. Brandon, said Joshua. Where's my father? Tell me, said Brandon. He's going after the Stone Army, said Brian. Brandon walks out. All yelling for Brandon. Footsteps running. Where are we going? Asked Christopher. We need to find someone, said Sarah, knocking on the door. Door opens. Billy appears. May I help you? Asked Billy. Were you called Wrecking Ball at one time? Asked Sarah. Yes, how may I help? Asked Billy. Have you heard of a man named Magnum as well? Asked Sarah. Magnum, that piece of shit is still alive, asked Billy. Well, yeah. We found out that he's going after the Stone Army, said Sarah. If he awakens them, we're all dead, said Billy. Will you help us? Asked Sarah. Of course, so will my two other friends, said Billy, grabbing his phone. Jay stops at the cliff, then raises his hands. I can feel them. They're right here. Jay pulls out the spell book. Time to rise for me, said Jay, opening the spell book. Latin is being spoken. Ground rumbling. Hole appears. Archers, cloaks, giants, samurais, and swordsmen appear. Jay laughing. Footsteps walking. The group appears to be still attached to the wall. All four walk inside. Help us down, said Joshua. Brandon went after Jay. Since Jay is trying to raise the Stone Army, we need to work together, said Sarah. I only care if I'm let go, said Amanda. Billy, help them, please, said Sarah. Billy grabs the metal, then snaps it. Group falls to the floor. I can't wait to get my hands on Jay, said Brian. Phone ringing. Billy pulls out his cell phone. Yeah, you're there. Good. Stay there until we arrive, said Billy, hanging up his cell phone. Your friends? Asked Christopher. Friends? What friends? Asked Brian. Oh, you'll remember them, said Billy. I'll walk out of the building. Brandon stops at a cliff, then sees the Stone Army. Stone Army, listen to what I have to say. Kill every mutant that stands in my way. Now go, said Jay. The Stone Army starts walking in different directions. Brandon's arms transform into wings, then he starts flapping them. Wind flows towards both Jay and the Stone Army. Your plan stops here, father, said Brandon. I don't think so, said Jay, raising his hand. Ground rumbling. Metal pipes wrap around Brandon. Brandon is falling toward the ground. Lewis Matthews appears, then grabs Brandon. A portal appears, then disappears. Jay looks around. The portal appears behind a boulder. Both Brandon and Lewis appear. You all right? Asked Lewis. Who are you? Asked Brandon. Lewis Matthews, or Portal, said Lewis. Jack Lawrence appears. Good, you're safe. Billy's on his way, said Jack. Flying Angel meet Jackknives Lawrence, said Lewis. You two are the originals, said Brandon. Yeah, and your friends are coming too, said Jack. Stone Army, find and kill them, said Jay. Whistling in the distance. Jay looks. Group appears. We didn't miss anything, did we? Asked Sarah. Kill them, yelled Jay. Both groups and the Stone Army run towards each other. Yelling in distance. They're here, said Lewis. Let's go, said Brandon, flying up. Jack runs. Lewis goes into the portal, then kicks Cloak. Billy is smashing through the Stone Army. Giants appear. This is going to be fun, said Billy. Jay watching. Come on, said Jay. Brandon lands behind Jay. It's over, father, said Brandon. No, it's not, said Jay, turning around and raising his hands. Water tower is breaking. Brandon kicks Jay. Both Brandon and Jay are fighting. A giant raises his foot over Sarah. Fireballs are hitting the giant. Both Alan and James appear. Did you miss us? Asked Alan. Samurai swings katana. Christopher transforms into a butterfly. Samurai watches the butterfly, then sees Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex roars, then swings its tail. Samurai flies into the Stone Army. Archer firing arrows. Jack moves continuously, then throws knives. Knives are going into archers. Swordsmen swing swords. Sarah transforms into mist. Sword stabs another swordsman. William is firing guns. Good work, said William. Katana goes through William's back. William, said Sarah, running towards William's body. All look. Jay kicks Brandon into the wall. Brandon gets knocked out. How? I said. It's over, said Jay, raising his hands. The water tower's beam breaks. The lighter opens, then lights. Stephen breathes. Fire catches the Stone Army on fire. Alan sees Jay, then looks at the water tower. I've got a plan. Go help Brandon, said Alan, running towards the water tower. Sarah onto Jay's back. Jay struggling. Get off me, said Jay. Alan is climbing up the water tower. The water tower is squeaking. Alan burns a hole in the top of the water tower, then forms acid. Water bubbling. Jay knocks Sarah off his back. Brandon opens his eyes, then sees Jay standing over Sarah. "Hey Dad." Jay looks. Brandon punches Jay. "Stay away from her," said Brandon. "Billy, break the support beam," said Alan. Billy punches the support beam of the water tower. The water tower falls. "Everyone move," said Alan. Brandon grabs Sarah, then flies up. Lewis grabs Jack, and then both go through the portal. The water tower hits the ground. Acid water is burning trees. Amanda forms a portal. All disappear. Billy steps backwards. Lewis appears, grabs Billy, and then pulls him through the portal. Portal disappears. Acid water is burning the stone army. Jay groans as he sees the acid water getting closer. "It's my time," said Jay. Acid water burns Jay. All appear next to the building. "So, what now?" asks Sarah. "Well, Jay's gone. You're free, as long as you don't do anything stupid," said Brandon. They are all looking at each other. "I think we're done with that." "We want to help," said Joshua. "Welcome to our side," said Brandon. Acid water appears. Jay's hand rises from the acid water and then goes back underneath it. The end. The League, Frostbites Part 1 by Colton Dennis. When a new set of villains appears, they unearth one of the oldest mutants of all time. Will the League be able to send him back, or will they end up with a little Frostbite Nevada desert? Vulture squawking. Footsteps walking. Group appears. D. Sampson appears wearing a trench coat and hat with Crispin Gabriel, Jim Paul, Amanda Barbara, Dustin Ralph, John Gamaliel, and Ashley Tabitha. D. stops, looks at the ground, and then kicks it. "We dig here." All four grab shovels, then start digging. D is watching, looks up, and then sees the lech. Black Hawk. BRIs. "We can't have any screw UPS, said D. Dustin nods, then jumps up towards the lech. All four continue digging. Jim looks at D. "Are you sure about resurrecting him? He was one of the mutants that caused the Ice Age," asked Jim. "Yes, and he'll be the one who'll destroy the League," said D. Building appears. Footsteps walking. Door opens. Brandon appears. Music playing. Christopher, James, Joshua, and Kyle are playing on Xbox. Brandon is walking through the kitchen. Amanda, Brian, Jack, Lewis, Lucas, and Steven are talking. Brandon walks downstairs. Door opens. Computers appear. Alan, Billy, and Sarah look. "Hey Brandon," said Alan. "Alan, how's our new tech guy doing?" asked Brandon. "Well, I think he's a little tied up," said Billy, laughing. Both Alan and Sarah laugh. Brandon approaches, then smiles. Jordan Felix appears tied to computer wires. "Ha ha ha ha, this is so funny. Can you please untie me?" asked Jordan. Brandon kneels, then grabs computer wires. "I never saw a mutant like you get like this," said Brandon. "It's a good thing you didn't go to my school. Every day it was like this," said Jordan. "How's the setup going?" asked Brandon. Jordan stands up. "It's going great." Jordan plugs in wires, turns on switches, then walks towards the keyboard. "In about 10 to 15 minutes. You'll have information, video, and audio. Anything you can think of," said Jordan. "Well, if anything comes up, just call up to us," said Brandon. No problem. And please take these 3 with you, said Jordan. All 3 look at Brandon. Come on, you 3, said Brandon, walking away. All 3 follow. Jordan continues working on computers. Footsteps walking. Hey Brandon, where'd you find techno? Asked Billy. Well, I got a call from the government. So, I checked it out. I found out he's a hacker. But no one else has his talent, said Brandon. What about another hacker? Asked Billy. Not even close. A hacker may get into information. Jordan hacked the CIA, the IRS, and even the White House. He changed the president's codes to different ones, said Brandon. I'm glad he's on our side, said Billy. Jordan typing. Video appears. Desert appears on screen, the group appears to be digging. Jordan walks past the monitor, comes back, then looks. What the hell is going on here? Typing on the keyboard. The screen zooms in. The group continues digging. D looks. Jordan gasps. Oh shit. Jordan types on the keyboard. Screen freezes. D's image appears. This isn't good at all. Brandon. Jordan runs upstairs. All 4 are standing next to the staircase. Brandon. Jordan approaches. Brandon, we have a problem. Everything is set up. And you won't believe what I've just seen. Follow me, said Jordan. All 4 follow Jordan, then walk into the room. What's going on? Asked Alan. Over to this screen. So you see him. All 4 nod. Well, this guy is a mutant. And he's dangerous, said Jordan. Who is he? Asked Sarah. His name is D. Sampson. Or outlaw, said Jordan. Outlaw? Why does he sound familiar? Asked Billy. Well, he destroyed a lot of cities. He had a gang with him. But he killed them all, except one, said Jordan. How do you know all this about him? Asked Brandon. 'Cause I was the one who escaped. But I'm wondering why they're out in the desert, said Jordan. Let's get there and find out what they're doing, said Brandon. All 5 are walking upstairs. All 6 look. Follow us, said Billy. All 11 are walking into the living room. All 4 are playing a game. Brandon walks up to the TV, then turns it off. All 4 look up. We need to talk. We found more mutants. They're in the desert. So, I'll need Alan, Kyle, Joshua, and Billy to come with me. The rest of you should stay here. We need to stop them. Before they finish what they've started. Get suited up. It's time to kick some ass, said Brandon. All 5 walk. Brandon, be careful. Outlaw is really smart and strong. So, he might know that you're coming, said Jordan. Well, either way, I will stop him. But thanks for the advice, said Brandon. All 5 get into the helicopter. The helicopter flies up. Brandon's arms transform into wings, and then he flies up. Jordan sits in a chair, then stares at a frozen image of D. What the hell is your plan? Asked Jordan to himself. The screen gets closer. D looks out at the desert. All 4 continue digging. Could we stop? It's getting too hot, said Amanda B. Don't stop, not until we find him. He's down there somewhere. I know it, said D. All 4 continue digging. Thudding sound. All 6 look. Is this him? Asked Crispin. Yes, pull him out of there, said D. All 4 are pulling out the crate. Both D and Jim grab the crate, then place it down. All six stare at the crate. D nods towards Jim. "Go get the truck," said Jim. John runs away. Helicopter lands. Door opens. All four get off the helicopter. Brandon lands. "All right, here's the plan. Kyle and Joshua, take left. Billy and Alan, take right. When I nod, that's when we attack. Whatever they're up to. We need to stop them. Just remember the signal," said Brandon, flying up. Truck driving, then stops. Hatch opens. "All right, put him into the truck," said D. Dustin watches all of them, looks up, then focuses. The image goes toward the figure. Brandon lands, then starts walking. "Outlaw, we've got company." "About 500 feet ahead," said Dustin. "Get him onto the truck now." "I'll deal with him," said D, pulling out his revolver. All five pick up the crate, then place it on the truck. Brandon approaches. D points revolver. Brandon stops, then raises his hands. "How nice people are around here," said Brandon. "What are you doing here?" asked D. "I could ask you the same question, D." "Or should I call you outlaw?" asked Brandon. "Well, someone knows me very well. But I don't know what or who to call you," said D. "I'm Brandon James," said Brandon. "Why do you look familiar?" Maybe I threatened you before," said D. Brandon looks at D. "You sound familiar too," said Brandon. "Well, I'll be the last voice you'll hear," said D, cocking his revolver. "Wait, I just came to help," said Brandon. "Here's the thing, I have enough people with me as it is." "But, why is a mutant like you wandering out here alone?" "Because I know what you said is a lie," said D. "Well, you caught me, outlaw. But you should have figured this out." "What kind of migrant wanders out here alone?" asked Brandon, smiling. D puts his finger next to the trigger. Poison spreads around. Brandon runs. Revolver fires. All six look. Dustin focuses, then sees poison around D. "D's in trouble," said Dustin. Jim goes into the ground, then digs towards D. "Who's out here with us?" asked John. Dustin watching. Acid hits the ledge. Dustin falls towards the ground, then groans. All five are looking around. Scorpion appears above them. Billy hits the ground. All five fall, then look at Billy. John stands up, inhales, and then blows out water. Billy goes flying and hits the ground. Venom hits rocks, then dissolves. Rocks fall. All five move. Rocks collide with the ground. Both Joshua and Kyle appear. Crispin stands up, then generates snakes. Snakes surround both Joshua and Kyle. Kyle exhales poison. Crispin coughing. Snakes disappear. Dustin focuses on the boulder. The boulder rises, then goes towards both Joshua and Kyle. Acid destroys the boulder. Alan appears, then raises his hands. Acid goes towards Dustin. Water collides with acid, goes through, and then hits Alan. Alan goes flying. Billy punches John, turns around, then sees Ashley. "I don't hit women," said Billy. Ashley smiles, then duplicates herself around Billy. D coughs, then looks around. "Where'd you go? You can't really hide out here," said D. Brandon flies towards D. D looks, then gets hit. Brandon lands. "Now what are you planning?" asked Brandon. D smiles, then laughs. "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough," said D. Brandon is looking at D. Tail appears behind Brandon, then wraps around his legs. Brandon looks. Tail flips, Brandon. Jim rises from the sand. Brandon looks. Jim's claw transforms into a fist, then he punches Brandon. "Let's get out of here," said Jim. Kyle exhales poison. Poison spreads. Amanda B moves, then screams. Scream echoes. Both Joshua and Kyle go flying. Brandon slowly stands up. Both Joshua and Kyle fall onto Brandon. Billy is punched, gets spin kicked, then falls. All five look at Alan. Alan forms an acid ball, groans, and then falls. D appears. "Let's get out of here," said D. Truck drives away. Brandon groans, then stands up. "Is everyone all right?" asked Brandon. "Yeah, but we got our asses kicked." "Who are they?" asked Kyle. "Well, the leader is outlaw. The others, I don't know. But whatever they were digging up, they got it," said Brandon. "Well, I got close to the crate. It read this number on it," said Alan. "We'll have Jordan figure it out. Maybe he could find out what's inside," said Brandon. Building appears. Jordan continues staring at the screen. Sarah appears. "Hey Jordan, what's going on? You've seemed different since you found out about Outlaw." "What happened between you and him?" asked Sarah. "Well, me and Outlaw's gang hunted mutants. Are kinda good ones. The last one we did. I came to my senses and helped those we kept prisoner escape. Outlaw thought it was the others. So, he killed them. While he did that, I escaped. I know I shouldn't have left them. But he would have killed me too," said Jordan. "You did the right thing," said Sarah. Jack appears, then clears his throat. "Brandon and the others are back," said Jack. All three walk. Brandon walks inside. "You're all wondering what happened out there. We got our asses beaten. But luckily, Alan got a glimpse of what they were after. It was a crate. With these numbers on it." "Jordan, can you trace this?" asked Brandon. "It might take a while. Depending on what the code trace," said Jordan. "Get started on this. But we have no other way of tracking them." "Just relax for now," said Brandon. Jordan walks into the room, types numbers, and then continues typing on the keyboard. Computer beeping. "Come on. I hope it's not as bad as I think." Beeping continues, then stops. "Good, let's see." A picture of the crate appears on screen. An 1800-year-old wood crate. "Let's see what's inside you," typing on the keyboard. A picture of David Frost appears. Jordan gasps. "Oh shit," said Jordan. The crate appears, then opens. David Frost appears. There he is, David Frost. The man who created the Ice Age. "And now he's back," said D. "How long will it take for him to wake up?" asked Crispin. "I don't know," said D. David's eyes open, he moves his arms, and then he walks out of the crate. "Oh my," said Amanda B. "Mr. Frost, welcome back," said D. David grabs D by his throat. "Why have I been reawakened?" asked David. "We need your help. There's a group that's trying to stop us. Will you help us destroy them?" asked D. David lets go of D, then looks at the group. "Who are these people I'm supposed to kill?" asked David. "They go by the name the League. There are 15 of them. Can you handle them?" asked D. David looks at D. "I put this earth through ice and snow. What do you think?" asked David. Good, because we'll help you, said D. Just tell me where to find them, asked David. Jordan is typing on his keyboard. Brandon approaches. Hey, did you find anything? Asked Brandon. Well, Outlaw and his gang are hiding here. It's a cabin deep in the woods, said Jordan. Well, we'll go and stop them before they open the crate, said Brandon. Well, we better get there before they open the crate. 'Cause what's inside will kill us all, said Jordan. What's inside the crate? Asked Brandon. Jordan types on the keyboard. This person is inside. And once awakened, goodbye Earth, said Jordan. Who is he? Asked Brandon. He's the oldest migrant. He goes by David Frost, or Frost, said Jordan. Frost like Jack Frost's brother, asked Brandon. You don't get this. This man is the reason there was an ice age, said Jordan. Wait, that Frost. Shit. Thanks for the information. Give me the location of the cabin. I'll get the team ready, said Brandon. Brandon. Wait, I've got a way to contact you. It's not a walkie-talkie. It's a pin. And it works both ways, said Jordan. Thanks, stay here. Some others will help you too, said Brandon, walking upstairs. All 13 are sitting in the living room. Brandon approaches. What's the news? Asked Christopher. I need 2 teams. One will stay here and help Jordan. The other team will help me, said Brandon. I'll help Jordan, said Kyle. Me too, said Amanda S. Christopher, Alan, Lucas, and Jack stand next to both Amanda S. and Kyle. All right, Sarah, James, Joshua, Stephen, Billy, Brian, and Lewis, come with me, said Brandon. All walking around. Jordan approaches Brandon. I said this before. But be careful. Outlaw might be dangerous. But Frost is way more dangerous, said Jordan. Don't worry, this time we kick some asses. Oh, give the pins to my team. I want to stay in contact. If this all goes downhill, just stay away from him. As long as you can, said Brandon, walking away. Brandon. Brandon stops. Thanks for bringing me into the team, said Jordan. Hey, we're humans too, said Brandon, walking away. The helicopter flies up. Brandon follows behind. All 7 are walking back into the building. Jim appears, then looks at the building. It's clear, said Jim. All 5 appear. Let's send a message to the League's leader, said David, nodding. All 6 are walking toward the building. Knocking on the door. Christopher looks through the peephole, then sees darkness. Said Christopher, opening the door. Whip goes around Christopher's neck, then gets pulled. Chris, said Amanda S. Amanda B. appears, then screams. Amanda S. goes through a window. Jack throws knives. Knives stop, transform into ice, and then shatter. David looks at Jack. Lucas forms a tornado. Crispin forms darkness. Tornado turns around, then hits Lucas. Lucas hits the wall. Jack pulls out his knives. Jim breaks through the wall, then throws Jack through a different wall. Kyle punches Jim. Crispin forms darkness. Kyle sees the knife, kicks the floorboard, then throws it. The floorboard goes into Crispin's shoulder. Amanda B goes to scream. Kyle kicks the floorboard, then throws it again. A floorboard hits Amanda B's head. Amanda B falls. D points revolver. Kyle exhales poison, walks towards D, and then transforms into ice. Nice try, Poison, said David, nodding. D fires a revolver. Ice shatters. A bullet goes through Kyle's heart. Kyle gasps, then falls. Both David and Dee are walking. Both Alan and Jordan are in the room. Footsteps approaching. "What are you guys doing up there?" asked Alan, turning around. Dee smiles. David appears. "Hello, Acid," said David, kicking Alan. Alan falls, then gets dragged. Jordan is typing on his keyboard. "Alan. Alan, come here," said Jordan. Footsteps approaching. Jordan continues typing on the keyboard. Computers transform into ice. Jordan looks at the computers, stops, turns around, and then sees David. "Techno, how've you been, pal? Outlaw told me a lot about you." Jordan cowering. "Don't worry, I only came here to send a message to your leader. Now, stay calm. This'll only hurt for a little bit," said David, putting his hand on Jordan's chest. Ice forming on Jordan's chest. Jordan gasping. David takes his hand off Jordan's chest. Jordan falls to the floor. Both David and Dee are walking out of the building. All four are carrying Alan. Both the helicopter and Brandon land. Doors open. All seven get off the helicopter. "What's the plan?" asks Sarah. "Take the seven of them in. But try to put Frost back into the crate," said Brandon. All eight walk. Cabin appears. Brandon nods. All eight surround the cabin. Brandon slowly looks through the window, then sees Ashley. "Anybody?" asks Sarah. "I only see the one," said Brandon. "Billy walking." Twig snaps. Billy looks around. "Who's out there?" asked Billy. Branches wrap around Billy. Billy struggling. Dustin appears. "Look what I caught," said Dustin. Billy continues struggling. Dustin smiles. Snorting behind Dustin. Dustin looks, then sees a rhino. The rhino charges Dustin. Dustin jumps over the rhino. A fireball hits Dustin. Dustin falls, then takes off his jacket. James appears, then raises his hand. Dustin raises his arms. Brandon ties up Dustin. "Keep an eye on him," said Brandon. Knocking on the door. Door opens. Ashley appears. Lewis appears. "Hello, I'm Lewis." "I'm kind of lost," said Lewis. "Well, you'll have to go back that way," said Ashley. "Thank you," said Lewis. A white mist floats past Ashley. Door shuts. Ashley is walking away. Door shuts. Ashley walks away. Mist grabs a pen, then transforms into Sarah. "Psst," said Sarah. Ashley looks, then gets hit. A duplicate of Ashley appears behind Sarah. A portal appears in front of Ashley. Ashley walks into the portal, then appears outside. Billy grabs Ashley, then ties her up. All three walk inside. "Search everywhere," said Brandon. Billy, Joshua, and Sarah reappear. "They're not here," said Joshua. All four are walking outside. Brandon approaches both Ashley and Dustin. "Where's Frost and the others?" asked Brandon. "Go to hell," said Dustin. "They won't say anything," said Sarah. "Break their hands, then they'll talk," said Joshua. "We don't do that anymore," said Stephen. "You want to know where they are? Follow your heart," said Ashley. "Follow my heart. What's that?" "No. Send them to jail." We need to get back quickly, said Brandon. The portal goes underneath both Ashley and Dustin. Both Ashley and Dustin fall through. A second portal appears. All 8 walk through. Portal disappears. David, D, Crispin, Jim, Amanda B, and Alan appear. A portal appears outside the building. Christopher is lying on the ground. Chris, check the others, said James. Christopher groans. Amanda S is crawling. Sarah runs towards Amanda S. Billy looks at Lucas. Lewis looks at Jack. Joshua walks, then sees Kyle. Kyle. Joshua runs toward Kyle. Kyle. Kyle, come on back. Kyle, no. Kyle, come back, said Joshua, crying. All 12 are looking. Brandon walks downstairs, sees computers, then Jordan on the floor. Jordan. Brandon feels a pulse. Geez, it's weak. Hang on. I ain't losing you. Brandon runs towards the stairs. Help. Jordan needs help, said Brandon. Billy, Brandon, and Steven are carrying Jordan. What happened? Asked Sarah. I think it's some frostbite. Put him down on the table, said Brandon. Will he survive? Asked Sarah. I'll make sure of it, said Brandon. Joshua stands up, grabs Kyle's arms, picks him up, and then carries him outside. Brandon does CPR on Jordan. Hey Brandon, where's Alan? Asked Billy. Shit, has anyone seen Alan? Damn it, Frost has crossed the line. Sarah, stay with them. Brandon walks outside. Billy, Jack, and Lewis follow. I need you to form a portal, Lewis. I'm going back, said Brandon. So are we, said Billy. All right, just do what I say at all times, said Brandon. Portal appears. All 4 walk into the portal. Joshua digging. Cabin appears. Alan shakes the chain. You can't escape, said Jim. I will burn a hole in your body, said Alan. I would love to see you try, said Jim. Scorpion, Frost wants us, said D. A portal appears outside. All 4 appear outside the cabin. There's Alan. If I sneak in, I could unlock that chain, said Jack. Yeah, we'll do a distraction, said Brandon. All 3 walk, then throw pebbles at the window. I don't think it's working, said Lewis. Billy grabs a rock, then throws it. Window smashes. All 4 look. Jack slowly opens the window, crawls through, sees Alan, and then unlocks the chain. Jack, look out, said Alan. Alan punches Crispin. Hurry outside, said Jack. Frost appears. Both Alan and Jack move. Ice hits the wall. Amanda B, John, and Jim are fighting Billy, Brandon, and Lewis. Jack throws knives. Ice cycles hit knives. I got a plan, asked Alan. No, you, asked Jack. Alan opens a window. Possibly. Alan grabs Jack. Hang on, said Alan, throwing Jack through the window. Jack stands up. All right, you're next, said Jack. D hits Alan. Alan falls. D points revolver. Jack moves. Revolver fires. All 6 continue fighting. Revolver echoes. All 6 look. Guys, inside, said D. Give us Alan back, said Brandon. All 4 walk inside. Stay there, said D. David holds Alan. Brandon goes to step. Both Billy and Lewis grab Brandon. "Did you get the message? This is a warning. Join us or die," said David. "Never," said Brandon. David smiles. The cabin transforms into ice. All three hit the ice. "It's not breaking for me," said Billy. "Flying Angel, you've lost one. One is dying, and I have a hostage. One more time." "Join us or die," said David. "Never," said Brandon. David smiles. Alan gasps, then slowly transforms into ice. All three are screaming. David nods toward D. D pulls out two whips, then swings them. Whips wrap around the ice statue of Alan. D pulls whips. The ice statue of Alan splits in half. Brandon screams. Crispin forms darkness. All six disappear. Jack appears. "Guys, this cabin is all ice." "Where's Alan?" asked Jack. Brandon is looking at Alan's torso. Joshua puts Kyle's body into a hole. Portal appears. All four appear. Joshua looks up. "Where's Alan?" asked Joshua. "He's dead. Frost killed him. We're going to have to tell them. But I guarantee you this. Frost just crossed the line. And I will kill him myself," said Brandon, looking at all four of them. To be continued, The League, Frost Bites Part 2 by Colton Dennis. The League must find Frost and the others. But they end up in a dangerous position. And run into new recruits that help out. All seven surround Jordan. Jordan gasping. All five walk into the building. All seven look. Sarah approaches. "I don't think Jordan's going to make it," said Sarah. Brandon walks towards Jordan, then stops. "Hang in there, Jordan." Brandon looks at all 11 of them. This is what has been going on. Frost has risen. He made the first move. He almost killed you all. Kyle was killed, and he will be missed. Gave Jordan some kind of weird virus or something. Me, Jack, Lewis, and Billy went to stop him. He kidnapped Alan. But, we failed. They escaped from our grasp. Now we will find each of them and kill them all, said Brandon. Wait, we should just capture them, said Sarah. No, after what they did. Not one of them deserves to live. So, get ready to move out. We start at sunrise, said Brandon. Why do they deserve to die? Brandon asks Sarah. Brandon looks at Sarah. Because they killed Kyle. He needs to be avenged, said Brandon. Yes, by capturing them. Not killing them, said Sarah. You don't understand what I'm saying. Kyle's dead, and Jordan's barely hanging in there. And Alan. Brandon's voice cracks. Alan's dead. There, I said it. My best friend died because of him. That's why they need to die, said Brandon, looking at Sarah. All 10 are looking at Brandon. Brandon walks away. Door slams. All 9 walk away. Sarah continues looking upstairs, then walks outside the building. Where's she going? Asked Christopher. She just needs time, said Amanda S. Brandon is sitting on the bed, then looks at a picture of Alan. Knocking on the door. Door opens. Billy appears. Brandon, could we talk? Asked Billy. Sure, what is it? Asked Brandon. Well, said Billy. Sarah walks, then stops. I can't believe he kept that from me. Alan, I can't believe it, said Sarah. Twig snaps. Sarah looks. A shadow moves past. Sarah's hands form mist. Shadow moves past again. Sarah looks left. The ground beneath Sarah rises. Sarah walks backwards. Jim appears. Sarah turns around. Both Amanda B and John appear. Darkness transforms into Crispin. Both David and Dee walk out of the woods. Mist, how've you been? Sarah looks at all six of them. You don't trust us. I get that. I just wanted to tell you. Either join us or die. It's your choice, said David. You killed Alan and Kyle. Why would I join you after killing my friends? asked Sarah. True, but I could have you join them, said David. You don't want to piss me off right now, said Sarah. David nods. Dee pulls out the revolver, then points it. Revolver fires. Sarah transforms into mist, then hits all 5 of them. Where'd she go? asked Dee. All 10 are running. Christopher tries opening the door. Both Amanda B and John are in front of the door. It's stuck on something, said Christopher. Lewis, a portal, said Brandon. Portal appears. David looks, then raises his hand. Ice goes towards the portal. Portal freezes. Lewis holds his hand. Frost stopped me, said Lewis. David freezes buildings outside. He's sealing us inside, said James. Hey, where's Sarah? asked Brandon. Dee is looking around. Mist appears behind Dee. Hand transforms, then punches Dee. Dee falls. Mist transforms into Sarah. You're too slow, said Sarah. Dee points revolver. Sarah transforms into Mist. Ice freezes Mist. All 10 are looking out the windows. Revolver fires. Ice shatters. No! Yelled Brandon, pounding on the door. David looks, then smiles. I told you. Join us, or die. This is your last chance. Don't let any more of your people die, Flying Angel. Do the right thing, said David. Come in here and show me how tough you really are, said Brandon. Just wait your turn. Now, if you don't mind, I've got a plan for Earth, said David. All 6 disappear. Brandon pacing. What do we do? asked Lewis. I don't know, said Brandon. I know someone who could help us. He's at a lab, said Billy. A scientist is going to help, asked Christopher. Yes, take us to him, said Brandon. Lewis forms a portal. All 8 walk through the portal. Brandon, what about Jordan? asked Lewis. Brandon carries Jordan through the portal. A portal appears in front of the building. He's here, asked Stephen. Yes, follow me, said Billy. All 10 walk into the building. Door opens. Felix Henstridge appears, then looks. Billy works. How long has it been? asked Felix. Too long, guys. This is Lieutenant Felix Henstridge. Felix, this is the League, said Billy. It's nice to meet you all. Please follow me, said Felix. We have a problem. A mutant named Frost was unearthed. And he wants to do another ice age. Do you know anything about him? asked Billy. No, I wish I did. Felix stops. But a scientist does, though. Follow me, said Felix. Who is this scientist? asked Brandon. Actually, he said, he fought the League. It was some sort of battle, said Felix. Where we took Jay as a prisoner, said Brandon. You are the one who defeated Magnum. Well, this way. Door opens. Everyone, please welcome Professor Lud, said Felix. A chair turns around. Mark Lut appears. "Hello League, it's been a while," said Mark. "Hyena," said Brandon. "Yes, Brandon, I'm alive," said Mark. "How the last time we saw you?" "A flaming arrow went into your chest," said Brandon. "Well, there are 2 reasons. 1, this man saved me. No thanks to you. And the second reason, I can't really die. I sold my soul long ago." "So, why have you come to me?" asked Mark. "We need information about a mutant." "He goes by the name Frost," said Brandon. "Frost was one of the original mutants. I know him." "A really fucked up mutant," said Mark. "How do you know about him?" asked James. "Well, Frost, of course, did the Ice Age. But how do I know him? I defeated him. Not by myself, though. The original League defeated him. And now that he's back, we need to do the same thing again," said Mark. "How'd you defeat him last time?" asked Brandon. "Well, it was me, Death Ray, Laser, Magnum, and Acid." "Where is our dear friend?" asked Mark. "Frost killed him," said Brandon. "Are the other 2 still alive?" asked Christopher. "No, I know, because I killed them both myself," said Mark. "Sorry to interrupt. But what about Frost?" asked Felix. "Well, we put him in a box." "That's what we're going to do again," said Mark. "Just a box," said Christopher. "Well, we have a new one. This one will contain him. But his powers will be drained," said Mark. "Now, how do we get him inside it?" asked Brandon. "Well, we will lure him out. With a decoy," said Mark, smiling. "The metal box is being lowered." "Do you really think he'll come out here?" asked Brandon. "Trust me. I've dealt with him before," said Mark. "What's the decoy?" asked Billy. "Whatever he likes. Horses neigh, then walk into the metal box." "And it happens to be a horse," said Mark, walking away. "Oh, Jordan's being helped," said Amanda S. "Good, just hopefully he comes out 100%, said Brandon. Felix approaches Mark. "Is everything all right?" asked Felix. "Everything's fine. Keep an eye on them. I'm going to take some with me. Some are staying here. Once we capture him, his power is going to be ours, Felix," said Mark. "Just keep your team in sight," said Felix. "After Techno wakes up, have him get these people's information. Because if this doesn't work, these ones will," said Mark. "I'll get right on it," said Felix, walking away. Brandon approaches Mark. "Listen, Mark, whatever happened back then?" "I'm sorry." "You were with Magnum Dash," said Brandon, being interrupted. "Hey, I get it. You think I'm the same way. I wouldn't trust myself, either. But once we capture Frost, I hope you'll trust me," said Mark. "I hope so too," said Brandon. Felix approaches. "Jordan is done with his procedure," said Felix. "Well, we should get going then," said Mark. Go where?" asked Brandon. "Well, Brandon, a team will be going to find Frost. Another will stay here with Lieutenant Henstridge." "I'm going with you," said Mark. "I'll go with you." "Choose the team," said Brandon. "Felix, just remember that information." "I want them here once I come back," said Mark. "Don't worry, Professor. I'll have them here in a snap." "I'm a good persuader," said Felix. Brandon approaches. "All right, I'm going to need 2 teams. One will stay here with Light, Henstridge. The second team will help find Frost. So Amanda, Billy, Lewis, and Jack come with me. Brian, Lucas, Stephen, Joshua, Christopher, and James will help Lieutenant Henstridge. And keep an eye on Jordan, said Brandon. Mark approaches. Did you choose your team? Asked Mark. Yes, let's get this over with, said Amanda S. Now, Dark Ed will send the box through a portal. Once there, he'll come, said Mark. Portal appears. The metal box rises, then goes through the portal. All 6 walk through, then appear in the desert. Mark opens the metal box door. Horse neighs. It's all right, said Lewis. What do we do now? Asked Billy. We wait for Frost to come, said Mark. And if he doesn't? Asked Brandon. We move to plan B, said Mark. Which is? Asked Brandon. If this doesn't work, I've got friends to help, said Mark. Building appears. All 5 are walking around. So, we just wait here. Until they get back, asked Joshua. Just sit down, son, said Felix. Jordan opens his eyes, sits up, and then stands up. Footsteps walking. Christopher looks. Jordan, said Christopher. All 5 look. Jordan walks downstairs. How are you feeling? Asked Stephen. A little better, said Jordan. Felix walks toward Jordan. Techno, Mark wants you to find these people. Can you do that? Asked Felix. I only got a little frostbite. I didn't lose my technology knowledge. Just hand me the names. I'll get started, said Jordan, walking towards the computer. Typing on the keyboard. Both Brandon and Mark are standing next to the cactus. It's been a while. Are you sure he's coming? Asked Brandon. Oh, he'll be here. I bet my life on it, said Mark. Clouds appear in the sky. Snow starts falling. All 6 look up at the sky. Jack looks into the distance. Ice forming over sand. He's coming, said Jack. David walking. Ice continues to form, then stops. David looks at all 6 of them, then at the metal box. So, trying to capture me again, said David. That was the plan, said Mark. Hyena, it's been too long. David looks at all 6 of them. You look like you're ready for a sneak attack. Don't worry. I've got a plan, too. But it's when you'll least expect it, said David, smiling. All 6 look at David. Building appears. Amanda B, Crispin, D, Jim, and John appear, then walk into the building. Typing on the keyboard. Here they are. That was easy. Like doing a Rubik's Cube, said Jordan. The alarm goes off. All 7 look. What's going on, LT? Asked Joshua. You 6 stay here. I'll find out, said Felix, opening the door. Jim appears. Felix raises the gun, then gasps. Tail sticking through Felix. Felix is being thrown. Light, said Christopher. Amanda B appears, then screams. All 6 move. Wall collapses. All 5 walk into the room. James throws fireballs. All 5 move. Crispin forms darkness, then throws it. Darkness transforms into a black hole. Items are being sucked into the black hole. Lucas raises his hands. A tornado goes into the black hole. The black hole explodes. Stephen opens lighter, stands up, then exhales. Fire being blown. John exhales water. Joshua spits. Amanda B moves, then screams. Joshua goes into the wall, then goes unconscious. Josh, said Brian, transforming into an elephant. Elephant charges Amanda B. Darkness forms in front of Amanda B. The elephant hits the darkness. Whips get wrapped around elephant's legs. Elephant falls. Floor tips. Fireball hits both Crispin and Jim. D raises his revolver. Lucas raises his hands. Tornado goes towards D. Amanda B moves D, then goes out the window. D repoints the revolver, then fires it. Lucas gets shot. Lucas, said James. Lucas falls from the building, then hits concrete. The elephant charges D. D goes through the wall. The elephant transforms into Brian. Claw goes through Brian's back, then snaps his spin. Brian falls. Jim stuck a claw into Brian's chest. Let's see you transform now, said Jim. Brian gasping. Jordan looks, grabs a pipe, and then swings it. Pipe hits Jim in the back of his head. Jim falls onto Brian. Crispin grabs Jordan by his throat. You don't have any powers, said Crispin. Joshua appears. He may not, but I do, said Joshua, spitting venom. Crispin screams, then runs. Fire and water collide. James looks, then raises his hands. The fire goes toward John. John goes through a wall. All five are standing up. Both D and John look at all five of them, then run. Jim groans. Jordan ties Jim's arms together. Well, we've got one of them, said Jordan. All four stop. D nods. Amanda B screams. The building collapses from the bottom. All four walk away. David stares at all six of them. Now, I have a feeling my plan worked, said David. What plan? Asked Brandon. Well, as I said, I'll do a sneak attack when you least expect it, said David. The others, you sent your friends, said Brandon. So, are you finally realizing you can't win? Asked David. Brandon nods towards Jack. Jack slowly pulls out a knife. We will kill you, said Brandon. No one can kill me, said David. Jack throws the knife. Ice freezes the knife. Billy jumps, then punches David. David falls, then throws ice cycles. The portal appears, disappears, then reappears above David. Ice cycles are hitting David. David growls. Amanda S. raises her hands. A black light appears, then goes towards David. David forms an ice shield. Brandon jumps over the ice shield, then punches David. Ice breaks. Billy lifts his leg. David forms an ice shield, then dissolves. Ice disappears. Clouds deteriorate. He left, said Brandon. Let's get back, said Mark. Portal appears. All six appear, then see the collapsed building. Search everywhere, said Brandon. All six are digging. Jack sees Lucas. Guys, I found Lucas. He's dead, said Jack. Parts moving. Spider appears, then transforms into Christopher. Guys, over here. There's still 4 down there, said Christopher. Billy throws rubble, then finds Jordan, James, Stephen, and Joshua. All 4 are being pulled out. Rubble moving. Jim appears, then is pulled up. Where's Frost? Asked Brandon. Go to hell, said Jim. Brandon punches Jim. Tell me now, said Brandon. How? I said, Go to, said Jim, being punched again. I'm not playing around. Where is Frost? Asked Brandon. Jim spits in Brandon's face. I can't wait until Frost kills you all. You all will suffer so much pain. Are you ready for pain, Flying Angel? Are you ready? Brandon grabs Jack's knife. Jim, for example, was stabbed in the chest and collapsed. You all listen. These people don't deserve to live. We're going to find Frost and kill him. And strike first before they do, said Brandon. But we don't know where he is, said Christopher. Jordan places his pack down, opens it, and then pulls out the tracking device. Well, before Frost gave me frostbite, he didn't know the lab was filled with trackers. Whoever stepped into the lab has them, said Jordan. See, this is why I brought you here, said Brandon. Where's Frost? Asked Joshua. Tracker beeping. He's way north, said Jordan. Iceland. All six appear, then start walking. Why are we here? Asked Dee. Because it's time for the Ice Age to begin again, said David, raising his hands. Ice covers Iceland. Brandon lands. Frost, stop what you're doing, said Brandon. Flying Angel, you've come alone. And you are too late, said David. I'll give you another warning. Stop what you're doing, said Brandon. Or what? You can't defeat us by yourself, asked David. I wasn't planning on it, said Brandon. A portal appears behind David. Billy appears, then punches David. David falls. Crispin forms darkness, then throws it. Portal appears. Darkness goes into the portal. Another portal appears behind Crispin. Darkness hits Crispin. Amanda B goes to scream. A black light hits the ground next to Amanda B. Steven lights his lighter, then exhales. John exhales. Both fire and water collide. David stands up, then looks at Brandon. You shouldn't have stopped me, said David. Well, the Ice Age already had its chance. So, it's time for your extinction, said Brandon. David forms an ice ball, then throws it. Brandon jumps over the ice ball, then flaps his wings. Wind blowing. Dee looks, then points his revolver at Brandon. A knife hits the revolver. Dee looks at Jack. Let's see what you got, said Dee. Jack throws knives. Dee swings whips. Whips deflect knives. A black light hits the ground. Amanda B moves, then screams. Amanda S falls to the ground. Fly lands on Amanda B. Amanda B swats Fly. Fly transforms into Christopher. Christopher trips Amanda B, then steps onto her chest. Yeah, I like you on the bottom. But you're a screamer, said Christopher, smiling. Amanda B smiles, then screams. Christopher goes flying. Amanda B stands up. Mark grabs Amanda B by her throat and then growls. I just wanted to know. Who killed Felix? Asked Mark. Jim did, said Amanda B. Mark growls, then lets Amanda B go. You're welcome, said Mark, walking away. Amanda B goes to scream. Joshua spits. Venom goes into Amanda B's mouth. Amanda B's throat gets burned through, then she falls. Crispin forms darkness, then throws it. The ground slowly sinks. A black hole appears. All 14 fall. We need to leave, said Brandon. Amanda B's body goes into the black hole. Lewis, make a portal, said Billy. Portal appears. Billy, Jack, and Mark go through the portal. John exhales water. Lewis falls closer to the black hole. Lewis, said Brandon. Amanda S. raises her hand. A black light hits John. John falls, then grabs Lewis' leg. Pull me up, said John. Lewis forms a portal. Amanda S., Christopher, and Joshua go through the portal. The black hole slowly grows. Crispin forms darkness. A fireball hits Crispin. D points revolver. Brandon kicks the revolver. Ice goes toward Stephen. Stephen moves, then opens lighter. David grabs Stephen's arm, then laughs. Stephen's arm transforms into ice. Lewis looks. A portal forms underneath Stephen. Stephen goes through the portal. No, said David. Crispin groans. Fire hits Crispin. Crispin goes into the ice and then goes unconscious. Whip goes around James's neck. Fire burns Whip. James looks at D. 1-on-1, said D. Brandon runs toward Lewis. Brandon, stop, said Lewis. Both D and James are fighting. David forms ice, then throws it. James looks, then moves. D transforms into ice. Let's see how you like it, said James. Fire destroys the ice statue of D. Ice collides with fire. Brandon, you'll have to leave. I won't be able to get out of here, said Lewis. We still have time, said Brandon. The black hole grows bigger. John slowly loses grip. Help me, said John, losing his grip and then goes into the black hole. Brandon grabs Lewis' arm. The black hole grows bigger. Lewis falls. I got you, said Brandon. David grabs Brandon, then throws him. Lewis grabs ground. David grabs Brandon by the throat, then lifts him up. I have won, said David. Brandon is slowly transforming into ice. Lewis raises his hand. A portal appears underneath David. David falls. A portal forms over a black hole. David falls into the black hole. Brandon pulls Lewis away. David grabs Lewis' leg. Let go, said Brandon. James runs over, portal appears. James runs through the portal. Brandon, hold my arm. Just hold it. Brandon grabs Lewis' arm. A portal forms behind Brandon. Take care of the team, said Lewis, throwing Brandon into the portal. Portal disappears. Lewis grabs David's arm. Portal appears. Both David and Lewis go through the portal. A portal reappears above the black hole. No, said David, being torn apart. Brandon appears in front of the group. Where's Lewis? Asked Jack. He saved me, said Brandon. He saved us all. So, I guess it's over, said Billy. No, there will be more people. And we will have them help us. Or we'll kill them all, said Brandon. The end. The League VI, Elements of Surprise by Colton Dennis. After defeating David Frost, the League meets older mutants, who came to take over the Earth, but the older mutants are in for a surprise. Once running into the League. At the dawn of time, there were 4 mutants that began everything. Each one contained a certain power. Fire, water, wind, and earth. The 4 tried to take over the world. But one man took them to the limit. All 4 were defeated. Until now, said male voice 1. So, I guess it's over, asked Billy. No, there will be more mutants. And we will either have them help us or we'll kill them all, said Brandon, walking away. Jordan is typing on his keyboard. An image of Iceland appears on the screen. Brandon, guys, said Jordan. Footsteps running. What's going on? Asked Brandon. It's Iceland. It's sinking, said Jordan. Oh no, Nightmare formed a black hole. We need to stop it, said Brandon. How are we going to do that? Not one of us could stop it, said Billy. Amanda, could you? Asked Brandon. I'm strong, but not that strong, said Amanda S. The only way we'd be able to stop it? We'd need to go back in time. To stop Nightmare from forming the black hole, said James. That's exactly what we'll do. A group of us will go back in time. But some need to stay here. Just in case something happens, said Brandon. But Brandon, there's no time-traveling machine, said Billy. I know someone who'll help us out. He owes me a favor, said Brandon. Knocking on the door. Door opens. Cameron Barnard appears. May I help you? Asked Cameron. Hello Cameron, it's been a while, said Brandon. Flying Angel, come inside. What can I do for you? Asked Cameron. We need your help. We need to go back in time and stop something that happened, said Brandon. You know I hate messing with time. Especially when my father tells me, said Cameron. If we don't go back, we're all going to die. There's a black hole in Iceland. We need to go back and stop Nightmare from making it, said Brandon. Well, I don't want to be sucked into a black hole. Let's go back in time, said Cameron. Lab appears. Everybody, this is Cameron Barnard. He's going to help us go back. Now who wants to come? Asked Brandon. I am, said Billy. Me too, said Jack. Actually, Brandon, I could only take one person back, said Cameron. Fine, it'll be me. Billy, you're in charge. Whatever happens here. Just be safe, said Brandon. We will stop Nightmare from doing this, said Billy. Don't worry, we'll have everything under control, said James. Yeah, it's not like something's going to fall from the sky, said Christopher. All right, Cameron. I'm ready, said Brandon. Cameron pulls out a watch. Hold on tight, said Cameron, pushing the timer. Clock ticking. A white light appears. Both Brandon and Cameron disappear. A white light reappears. Both Brandon and Cameron reappear. Where are we? Asked Brandon, looking around. People walking. Brandon looks across the street and then sees himself grabbing a newspaper. Sarah bumps into Brandon. Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm sorry, you look familiar, said Sarah. Brandon looks at Cameron. You brought me to the wrong time, said Brandon. Sorry, I don't control the power. The people I bring back do. They think of a time. That's how this works, said Cameron. Present day. All nine walk. I'm guessing it worked, said Joshua. Well, at least we get to rest now, said Christopher. Park appears. Ground rumbling. Dirt rises, then transforms into Stephen Manuel. It's a new day to rule the world, said Stephen M. Wind blowing. Stephen M. looks. The wind forms into Jacob Nathan. Earth, it's been too long, said Jacob. Yes, it has. Are the others coming? Asked Stephen M. Man 1 sits on a bench and lights a lighter. Fire blows towards Man 1. Man 1 catches on fire then falls. Fires transforms into Akira Kelvin. Is it time again? Asked Akira. Yes, it is. We just need water, said Stephen M. A manhole cover shakes, then flies up. Water rises, then transforms into Sandra Beatrice. "Hello boys," said Sandra. "Why now all of a sudden?" asked Jacob. "Because I feel danger in Iceland. And whatever it is, we'll be the ones who'll take the credit," said Stephen M. "That sounds good to me," said Akira. "Then let's get started," said Stephen M. Jordan is typing on his keyboard. "Any bad things happening?" asked Billy. "Well, the black hole is becoming bigger," said Jordan. "Just hopefully Brandon stops it in time." "Before something bad happens," said Billy. Screen scrambling. Jordan continues typing on the keyboard. "Shit. I lost the screen." Jordan continues typing on the keyboard. "Nope, we need to go to Iceland." "Something's happening," said Jordan. "Guys, suit up." "We're going out," said Billy. Past Brandon walking. "So, how far are we supposed to go?" asked Cameron. Brandon stops, then sees Rain Shoemaker outside the hotel. "Oh, my God. It's Rain," said Brandon, starting to walk. Cameron grabs Brandon's arm. "Don't, we can't interact with anyone." "One small thing changes everything," said Cameron. Brandon looks, then sees Jay and his group walk inside the hotel. "No, I'm sorry, but I can't lose him again," said Brandon, running. Cameron follows. Brandon's arms transform into wings, then he flies up. Cameron grabs Brandon's leg, then hits the timer. Rain goes through the window. Clock ticking. A white light appears, disappears, then reappears. Both Brandon and Cameron fall. "Where are we?" asked Cameron. "I don't know." Brandon looks. Cameron," said Brandon. Cameron looks. Rain appears, then stands up. "What's going on here?" asked Rain. "This is why I hate time travel," said Cameron. "Rain, dinner time," said Woman 1. Rain starts to walk. "Don't if you go down there. She'll go into shock." "We're definitely in Rain's past," said Cameron. "What do we do?" asked Brandon. "Well, let's do what we came here to do. Stop Nightmare from making that black hole," said Cameron. "And him?" asked Brandon. "I don't think it'll hurt to bring one person back," said Cameron, pushing the timer. Clock ticking. A white light appears. All three disappear. A white light reappears. All three fall. Cameron looks around. "This is Iceland," said Cameron. "Actually, no. All three see battle. I think I know where we are." "We're at the Battle of Us and the Stone Army," said Brandon. "Well, are we getting closer?" asked Cameron. "Almost." Brandon sees William. "Gunman," said Brandon. "Present. Iceland." Footsteps walking. Stephen M. looks at the black hole. "This is the reason," asked Akira. "What do we do?" asked Sandra. "Let it suck this place up," said Stephen M. Darkness hits Jacob. All three look. Crispin appears. "Get out of the way. We need to destroy the black hole," said Crispin. "Look at this young kid. Trying to hurt us," said Stephen M., stepping. Ground rumbles. Crispin looks down. Ground caves. All four laugh. "Let me make it bigger," said Akira. All four raise their hands. Elements go into the black hole. The black hole becomes bigger. All four rise up. The black hole sucks up Iceland. "The world will know of us mutants," said Stephen M. All four disappear. Helicopter flying. All four see the black hole. Holy shit, said Billy. Get back. Away from it, said James. The helicopter flies away. Jordan appears in the lab, lights flicker. A black orb appears, then disappears. Crispin appears, then falls. Past. All three are watching the battle. Cameron, what happens if we bring people back to the present? Asked Brandon. It would make a ripple in the timeline. Just one person. But I don't think it'll hurt if we bring him back, said Cameron, looking. Rain is gone. Where'd he go? Rain, Rain. Brandon sees Rain running toward battle. Rain, said Brandon, running towards Rain. Brandon, said Cameron. Rain kicks Cloak. Brandon jumps over Samurai. Rain, we can't be out here, said Brandon, seeing himself fighting Jay. A swordsman raises his sword. Gun fires. Swordsman falls. William approaches. You all right, Brandon? Asked William. Yeah, thanks, said Brandon. Who's your friend? Asked William. We need to go, said Brandon. Go where? Asked William. Brandon sees swordsmen swinging swords. Move, said Brandon. William moves, then fires a gun. Good eye, said William. Listen to me. Alan's going to tip that water tower over. Go by portal. Then go through it, said Brandon. Brandon, we need to leave. Before that falls, said Cameron. All three are running. William watches. All three stop. All right, next stop. Iceland, said Brandon. Cameron pushes the timer. A white light appears. All three disappear. All three fall. Brandon looks around. Is this Iceland? Asked Rain. Yes, we must be here before frost, said Brandon. Well, then we'll have to wait, said Cameron. Present. Crispin wakes up, then sees all five of them. Hello Crispin, how are you feeling? Asked Jordan. Crispin sits up. I'm fine, said Crispin. Now, what are you doing here? Asked Mark. Well, when I woke up in Iceland, I saw four people. They made the ground below me cave in, said Crispin. The ground, said Jordan. Yes, then they made the black hole bigger, said Crispin. Wait, 4 mutants came just to make the black hole bigger, asked Christopher. Yes, I think they were stronger than Frost, said Crispin. Wait, stronger than Frost. 4 mutants. The screen becomes scrambled. Well, if I'm getting these facts right, it's the elements, said Jordan. Elements, what elements? Asked Amanda S. You know, the 4 main elements. Fire, water, wind, and earth, said Jordan. But why would they want to destroy the world? Aren't they the ones who created it? Asked Christopher. Only if they wanted credit for the black hole, said Jordan. Helicopter lands. Doors open. All 4 walk. Door opens. Hey, Iceland's gone, said Billy. All 4 see Crispin. What's he doing here? Asked Joshua. He's helping us. We found out why the screen was scrambling. The 4 elements are here to destroy the world, said Jordan. The 4 elements. Are you sure about that? Asked Joshua. Yes, and we need to stop them, said Jordan. Ground rumbles. All 4 appear. This is where the powers are coming from, said Steve M. Jordan is typing on his keyboard. House shaking. All 10 fall. What the hell is that? Asked Mark. Billy walks upstairs. All four walk inside the building. Billy walks downstairs slowly. "What's going on?" asked Jack. "They're here," said Billy. Door shuts. Banging on the door. Billy leans against the door. "That won't hold much longer," said Joshua. "Amanda, transport us out of here," said Jordan. A black orb appears around all 10 of them. All 10 disappear. The door breaks down. All 4 walk inside the lab. "They're gone." "Find them," said Steve M. past. All 3 are waiting. A black orb appears. All 6 appear. "Here we go," said Brandon. Battle begins. "What do we do?" asked Rain. "Stop Crispin from forming the black hole," said Brandon. All 3 are watching. Crispin forms darkness. Brandon runs, then tackles Crispin. Crispin is being dragged. How'd you get over here?" asked Crispin. "We need to stop you. You form a black hole. That sucks Iceland into it," said Brandon. Rain ties Crispin's arms together. "There, now everything will be fine," said Brandon. "Let's just hope you're right," said Cameron. Brandon looks, then sees William and Rain fighting. "Let's get back to the present," said Brandon. Cameron pushes the timer. Clock ticking. A white light appears. All 3 disappear. Present. A white light appears. All 3 fall, then stand up. "I don't think this is our present," said Cameron. "Yeah, why's everything destroyed?" asked Rain. Brandon looks, then sees a statue of J. "No, how's this possible? He died in that battle," said Brandon. "Wait, I'm going through the history. Jay survived the battle and killed Frost," said Cameron. "Shit, we definitely fucked up our timeline," said Brandon. Rain looks. Rachel Teresa appears. "Guys," said Rain. Both Brandon and Cameron look. "Who are you?" asked Rachel. "This is definitely messed up," said Brandon. A jeep approaches, then stops. Doors open. Billy, William, Joshua, and Lewis appear. "Guys, what's going on?" asked Brandon. "Who are you 3 and why are you out here?" asked Billy. "What are you talking about? Where's the others?" "James, Jack, and Christopher," asked Brandon. "The flame, knives, and buggy died." "Now, who are you?" asked Billy. "It's me, Brandon James," said Brandon. "Flying Angel, you're alive," said Billy. "Yes, what happened here?" asked Brandon. "Magnum and his army destroyed everything. Most mutants are dead. We're the only survivors," said William. "Cameron, what do we do?" asked Brandon. Thumping in the distance. All 8 look. Giant appears. "Run," said Billy. All 8 are running. Giant steps onto Jeep. "Brandon, what's that?" asked Rain. "It's one of the Stone Army members," said Brandon. Giant swings arm. All 8 move. Ground breaks. All 3 run down an alley. "What do we do?" asked Rain. "We have to go back and change everything again," said Brandon. Cameron pushes the timer. A white light appears. Lewis appears. All 4 disappear. Past. A white light appears. All 4 fall. "We're back at the beginning," said Cameron. "Yeah, Rain, you need to wait in my apartment," said Brandon. "Sure, no problem," said Rain, starting to walk. "Rain, be careful," said Brandon. "That was smart. But now we have him with us," said Cameron. "Well, let's get to the future and drop him off," then it'll change back, said Brandon. That's good. Window smashes. Rain falls, then hits the concrete. Let's go, said Cameron, pushing the timer. Clock ticking. A white light appears. All three disappear. Iceland. A white light appears. All three fall. Wait, why are we here? Asked Brandon. Don't worry, everything's fine. We just need to stop Nightmare. Then everything will be fine, said Cameron. Present. A black light appears. All 10 fall. What are we going to do? Asked Christopher. I don't know, said Billy. Ground rumbling. All 10 look at the water. Guys, the black hole's getting bigger, said Jordan. Well, we can't really do anything, said Jack. Crispin looks at Billy. I've got an idea. Amanda, can you form a portal over that? I'll destroy it, said Crispin. Can't you form a portal? Asked Amanda S. I can't do two things at once, said Crispin. Water rises, then goes towards the dock. They're coming, said Billy. Amanda S. forms a portal. Crispin forms darkness. Darkness goes into the portal. A portal appears over the black hole. Darkness goes into the portal. Fireballs hit Jack. All 7 look. All 4 appear. You 2 continue. We'll handle these 4, said Billy. Steve M. forms a green light. Christopher transforms into a flying ant, then flies towards Stephen M. Sandra exhales. Stephen G. goes into the banister. Billy jumps, then hits the dock. Tremor goes towards Sandra. Sandra falls. Jacob raises water. Water crashes onto the dock. Darkness stops. Both Akira and James throw fireballs. Fireballs colliding. Let's dance, pretty boy, said James. Jack throws knives. Sandra exhales. Knives fall. Mark jumps at Sandra. Water hits Mark. A flying ant transforms into Christopher. Christopher kicks Steve M. Steve M.'s eyes turn green. Seaweed wraps around Christopher's leg, then pulls him into the water. Chris, said Stephen G., jumping into the water. All 10 continue fighting. Portal forms. Darkness goes through a portal. Past. All 3 are waiting. A black orb appears. All 6 appear. I've got a plan. Lewis, you'll replace the other Lewis who comes. All fighting. Brandon walks, then hides. Lewis is forming a portal. Brandon grabs a branch, hits Lewis, and then drags him. Go, said Cameron. Lewis runs out. Brandon appears next to Cameron. Just one more thing to do, said Brandon. Crispin forms darkness. Brandon tackles Crispin, then knocks him unconscious. David looks. Brandon looks up, then jumps behind the rock. Ice hits rock. Go, said Cameron. David looks behind the rock, then sees nothing. Crispin groans, then raises his hand. Darkness goes into the ground. A black hole appears. No, said Brandon. Crispin gets knocked into the ice. Lewis pushes Brandon through the portal. Both David and Lewis go into the black hole. Brandon, we could still stop it? Wake up, Crispin, said Cameron. Brandon shakes Crispin. Hey, undo the black hole. Before we get sucked up, said Brandon. Crispin stands up, then forms darkness. Darkness goes into the black hole. Lewis groans, then looks. Nightmare, said Lewis, running towards Crispin. Brandon looks, then tackles Lewis. Lewis lands next to the black hole. Brandon grabs Lewis' arm. "Hang on, Lewis," said Brandon. The black hole slowly dissolves. "Hurry, Crispin," said Cameron. The black hole disappears. Both Brandon and Lewis stand up. "Thank you," said Brandon. "Present." Steve M approaches Billy. "You lose, League," said Steve M. The black hole disappears. All three look at the water. "Earth, the black hole." "It's gone," said Akira. Steve M looks. "All right, League, you win. But I promise you, we will return," said Steve M. All four disappear. Past. Both Brandon and Cameron are standing next to each other. "Everything's going to be fine now," said Brandon. "Yes, and it's time to go," said Cameron. "Will I ever see you again?" asked Lewis. "Yes, you're coming with us," said Brandon. Crispin approaches, then shakes Brandon's hand. "I helped you. Now you'll help me," said Crispin. Darkness goes up Brandon's arm. "What was that?" asked Brandon. "You'll find out soon enough," said Crispin. Cameron pushes the timer. All three disappear. Crispin smiles. Present. A white light appears. All three fall. "Guys," said Billy. "Lewis," said Jack. "Let's go home," said Brandon. House appears. Brandon walks into the room, then lays down. Light flickers. Brandon sits up. The light goes out. Brandon stands up. A figure appears in the chair. "Hello, Brandon," said male voice 2. "Who are you? What do you want?" asked Brandon. The figure stands up. "I'm here to tell you. You may think it's over. It ain't over yet," said male voice 1. "Who's next?" asked Brandon. "The humans. They are preparing for war," said male voice 1. "Who are you?" asked Brandon. "You don't recognize my voice." "The voice of your own father," said male voice 1. Brandon gasps. "Magnum," said Brandon. The figure walks into the light. Jay appears. "Hello, son. Now, you need to get ready. The humans aren't going to take it easy on you. It's time to make a choice. Mutants or humans? Bring the humans down. Let my death bring the mutants together. Because humans won't hesitate. It'll be the battle of the ages." "The battle of extinction," said Jay, laughing. The end. The League VII, Extinction by Colton Dennis. When the League is attacked by humans, they must decide to either fight or surrender. Will this be the extinction of the mutants? Building appears. Brandon's apartment is empty. Wind blowing. The door gets kicked open. A SWAT team walks into the apartment, then looks around. "It's clear," said SWAT member 1. Beatrix Snow appears. There were no signs of any of them. SWAT member 1 shakes his head. "Shit, we need to find them," said Beatrix. Creaking in the pantry. Guns cocking. Beatrix nods. SWAT member 2 opens the door. Broom falls. Beatrix looks into an empty pantry. "What now?" asks SWAT member 2. "Go back, then find another of their hideouts, please," said Beatrix, walking out. SWAT members 1 and 2 follow. Door shuts. Spider crawls down, then transforms into Christopher. Door opens. Hallways empty. "Hey, an agent and 2 SWAT members, we're just here," said Christopher. "Thanks for telling." Guns cocking. We're in a little predicament. Another team has a second team. Find Lewis and get him here, said Brandon. No problem. Door opens. Christopher walking. Floor creaks. Oh shit. Guns cock. Fuck, said Christopher. Agents no, we found one, said SWAT member 3. Keep him there, said Beatrix. Listen, I need to leave. So, if you don't mind. Christopher goes to step. Guns are being pointed. Fine, no flying around, said Christopher. Don't you mean, no fucking around, asked SWAT member 4. No, I meant flying, said Christopher, smiling, then transforming into a fly. Get him, sized SWAT member 3. Both SWAT members 3 and 4 are trying to catch Christopher. SWAT member 3 raises a gun. No, we need him alive, said SWAT member 4. Fly goes through the window. SWAT members 3 and 4 get to the window. Fly transforms into Christopher. You can't get me. Shit, said Christopher, falling. SWAT members 1 and 2 are holding a net. We got him, said SWAT member 1. A portal appears above the net. Christopher goes through the portal. The portal disappears. Beatrix appears behind SWAT members 3 and 4. You lost him, didn't you, asked Beatrix. Yeah, said SWAT member 3. Beatrix hits SWAT member 3's head, then pulls out his phone. Agent Aries, how are you doing, asked Beatrix. We got some cornered, said Marcellus Aries, appearing. Good, we're on our way, said Beatrix. Guns firing. Brandon, Billy, Joshua, and Jordan are behind the car. We need a plan, said Joshua. Jordan, said Brandon. Jordan pulls out the computer. Hurry, Jordan, said Joshua. I'm trying. I don't do so well under pressure. SWAT members are approaching. Joshua looks, then spits. SWAT member 5 falls. Jordan is typing on his keyboard. Beeping noise. I got it. Into the building, said Jordan. All 4 are running. Door opens. Brandon looks, SWAT member 6 raises a bazooka. Shit. Get inside, said Brandon. Door shuts. Bazooka fires, then explodes. SWAT members are approaching. Shit, we needed them. Well, let's meet with the others. They may have some, said Marcellus. Car drives away. Building burning. Water goes into the drain. Sewer appears. All 4 appear in the desert. Both Christopher and Lewis are approaching. That was close, said Jordan. Yeah, how's the other group doing, asked Lewis. They're getting more of us, said Brandon. Footsteps running. Both Jack and Stephen G appear, following Rachel Teresa appearing. Send her east, said Stephen G. Jack throws a knife. Rachel stops, then runs right. Both Jack and Stephen G continue following Rachel. Amanda and James, she's coming your way, said Jack. Footsteps approach. Black forms into a falcon. Rachel pulls out the katana. Katana goes through the falcon. Rachel continues running. James throws fireballs. Rachel ducks, sees a fire escape, then climbs a ladder. All 4 stop. Rachel pulls up the ladder and then continues running up. She's good, said James. Well, I would say yeah. But we've got her, though, said Amanda as Rachel gets to the roof, then exhales. Growling behind Rachel. Rachel looks. Mark appears with hyenas. Your move, Missy, said Mark. Rachel raises the katana. Black forms into a falcon, then disappears. All four appear next to both hyenas and Mark. Rachel turns around. James appears. You can kill me. But I won't go down without a fight, said Rachel. We're not going to hurt you. We just need your help, said Jack. With what? Asked Rachel. With humans. They're hunting us. We need mutants to come together. To convince them. We aren't a threat, said Jack. Rachel lowers the katana. All right. I'm Rachel Teresa. Or you can call me Adam, said Rachel. Footsteps walking. How much further to the house? Asked Billy. We can't go to the house. They'll find us there, said Brandon. Then where? Asked Joshua. We may have to stay down here, said Brandon. Down here, this sewer, said Joshua. Well, we can't go above. If we do, a war is going to start. Do you want to start that something you can't finish? Asked Brandon. Joshua walks ahead. All four follow. Brandon exhales. You know, you're right. Jay appears. You don't want to start a war. Because you hate confrontation. But let me tell you something, son. If you don't stop these people, all of your friends will die. Just like your friend, Cameron. Or, as you called him, Time, said Jay. Stop talking to me like I don't remember. They took him out of nowhere, said Brandon. Just remember, Brandon. Everything you do affects your friends. Maybe you should listen to them once in a while, said Jay, disappearing. Brandon, are you coming? Asked Billy. Yeah, said Brandon. Door opens. Any info yet? Asked Marcellus. Not yet, sir, said SWAT member 3. Agent Aries got a hit. A cabin in the woods. People say they saw them when Frost was alive, said Beatrix. All right, Marcel and Calvin, round up your team, said Marcellus. Yes, sir, said Marcel. Guns cocking. Both Calvin and Marcel walk into weaponry. Gentlemen, lady. We're going out, said Calvin. Let's kill some mutants, said Marcel. Footsteps walking. A manhole cover appears, then moves. All five climb out. Where are the others? Asked Jordan. They'll be here, said Brandon. Rumbling in distance. I think we should move, said Lewis. The truck horn blares. All four move. Billy stays still. Billy, said Christopher. Truck gets closer. Billy punches the truck. The truck rises, then falls. That was amazing, said Jordan. Man 1 falls out of the truck, then starts running. A portal appears in front of Man 1. Man 1 runs through the portal, then falls in front of all 6 of them. What do you want? Asked Man 1. You work for those agents. I know, because I could smell them, said Joshua. What's in the truck? Asked Brandon. Nothing, they said. It will help them, said Man 1. Brandon grabs Man 1. Show us, said Brandon. All 7 are walking toward the trailer. Doors open. Chemicals appear. What the hell is this? Asked Joshua. Jordan is looking at chemicals. What are these for? Asked Brandon. I don't know. I swear. I'm just the truck driver, said Man 1. You know, he's lying. Just kill him, said Jay. Shut up, said Brandon. No one said anything, said Billy. No. Never mind. What's this for? Asked Brandon. I swear, I don't dash, said Man 1, getting his neck snapped. What did you do that for? Asked Lewis. He was irritating me, said Brandon. Brandon, these chemicals are dangerous. He, B, RN, he, AR, and KR. What are the element names I just mentioned? Asked Jordan. He is helium. B is baron. RN is radon. He is neon. AR is argon, and KR is Leighton, said Billy. They're going to make sure no one survives, said Jordan. Well, we have one of their trucks. I say we sneak inside, said Joshua. Yeah, then stop what they're planning, said Brandon. But the truck's engine, said Christopher. I got that. Just push the engine back inside. The engine goes back into the truck. There, just like fixing a dent, said Billy. No, a dent's harder to fix, said Christopher. Walkie-talkie static. Brandon, we have a new member, said Jack. Good, said Brandon. We're heading to the cabin, said Jack. No, don't, said Brandon. The walkie-talkie goes static. Brandon, all right. Let's keep moving, said Jack. Walkie-talkie static. Brandon hits the walkie-talkie. Shit, the others are going to the cabin, said Brandon. Let's go, said Lewis. Jay appears. Let them go. You'll be able to get inside, said Jay. Go to hell, said Brandon. You all right, Brandon? Asked Christopher. Fine, said Brandon, getting into the truck. Truck drives away. Footsteps walking. Cabin appears. Home, sweet home, said Stephen G. All six are walking toward the cabin. The door opens and then shuts. Where's the others? Asked James. I lost contact. But I think they'll be here soon, said Jack. I'll be on watch. I have a bad feeling, said Mark, opening the door, then whistles. Hyenas run outside. So, you all go around finding mutants? Asked Rachel. Yeah, said Jack. Mark walking. Bushes shaking. Mark stops, then whistles. Hyenas look. Go, said Mark. Hyenas run through bushes. Rusting sound. Whining sound. Mark whistles. Hyenas are dragging out a fox's carcass. Mark grabs the fox's carcass, then laughs. Twig snaps. Both Mark and hyenas looking around. A hyena whines, then falls. Both hyenas and Mark are running towards the cabin. Hyenas falling. Mark stops, gasps, pulls out a dart, then runs again. Amanda S. looks out the window, then sees Mark running. Mark's in trouble, said Amanda S. Door opens. All five run outside. Mark, said Jack. Get inside, said Mark. Stephen G. groans, then falls. James forms fireballs. Jack gasps, then falls. Amanda S. raises her hand. The Black Falcon's claw goes towards the forest, then pulls out Marcus Foley. No, help, said Marcus. Rachel punches Marcus unconscious. Amanda S. gasps, then falls. All three run inside the cabin. We need to go, said Rachel. Through the woods. A path leads to town, said Mark. All three are running into the woods. Both Beatrix and Marcellus appear. Well, we got three of them, said Beatrix. Calvin, bring a team with me. We'll get the others. You start the experiments, said Marcellus. 5 people walk into the woods. Amanda S. Jack L. and Stephen G. get carried, then thrown into a truck. Footsteps walking. Why are we going into town? Asked Rachel. To find the others, said James. We should fight. Isn't that why you recruited me? Asked Rachel. No, we need them to listen to us. And Brandon will do it, said James. Mark sniffs. They're coming, said Mark. Let's keep moving, said James. We should kill them. It'll be easy, said Rachel. No, said James. Gun fires. James falls. Mark growls, jumps at Kenneth, and then bites his throat. Gun fires. Mark growls. Carrie swings the gun. Rachel moves, then pulls out the katana. You chose the wrong woman to mess with, said Rachel. Carrie raises a gun. Gun fires. Rachel hits the bullet. Carrie looks at Rachel. Rachel swings the katana continuously. Carrie runs. Mark jumps onto Carrie, then growls. Gun cocks. Don't move, said Marcellus. Both Calvin and Jack M. catch on fire. James looks at Marcellus. Put your guns down, said James. Marcellus drops the gun. Where are the others? Asked Rachel. I ain't telling, said Marcellus. James forms fireballs. Tell us now, said James. All right. I'll take you there myself. But just so you know, there's a bomb. And if Brandon James enters, goodbye to everyone and everything, said Marcellus. How? Asked Mark. Crispin Gabriel, or, as you know him, Nightmare. He gave Brandon a piece of his power, said Marcellus. That's why you never went after Nightmare, said James. Smart, we just needed a plan B. Just in case, said Marcellus. To kill every living being, said Rachel. If I don't survive, no one should, said Marcellus. Truck approaches. All 6 see hyenas laying on the ground. Shit, they came, said Brandon. Footsteps walking. Billy sees all 5 walking out of the woods. You're all right? Asked Billy. Yeah, said James. Agent Ares, I think your bazooka missed, said Brandon. His team took the others, said Mark. Well, we took his truck. We found out they're making a bomb, said Brandon. Yeah, and like any other bomb, there's a catch, said Rachel. You must be the new recruit, said Brandon. Brandon, stay focused. If you dash, said Mark, being hit. Beatrix appears. Hello League, said Beatrix. All 8 are hit with darts, fall, and then get thrown into trucks. Truck drives away. Sun rises. Hyenas are licking Brandon's face. Get out of here. Brandon groans, then looks around. Guys! Yelled Brandon, stepping onto Jordan's computer. Computer opens. Video plays. Beatrix appears. Hello Brandon, this message is really important. If you are wondering why we didn't take you, it's because Crispin gave you part of his power. If you came here, that power would charge the bomb we have. We are at the Wills Tower. Now you have a choice. Either come here and destroy the world, or leave and never come back. It's your choice. Make the right one, said Beatrix. Video stops. Brandon kicks the computer. Jay appears. Well, you're in quite the predicament, said Jay. I've failed them, said Brandon, sitting on the ground. Jay sighs, then sits next to Brandon. Listen, son, you brought these people together. Most were with me. But you changed their minds. I may have had my bad moments. But this is the proudest moment of yours. When you killed me. Brandon looks at Jay. Not at first. When you formed the League into a legacy, now you know what you have to do. I know what you're going to do. Just make me proud, son. And just so you know, if you go, a loss will take place. You can still stop the bomb, said Jay, disappearing. Brandon is crying, stops, and then looks up. Let your death bring mutants together. In the battle of extinction. Brandon stands up. I will make you proud, father. Humans and mutants will go extinct, said Brandon. Will's tower. Beatrix walking. You know, you will die, said Rachel. No, you mutants will. Then, humans will have their world back. Without mistakes, said Beatrix. Mistakes? You think we're mistakes? The only mistake I see is me in this cage, said Mark. Agents know, we're ready, said Lancelot. Excuse me, mutants, said Beatrix. Footsteps walking. Ada looks at the camera. Brandon appears. Agents, Brandon's here, said Ada. Speaks turn on. You are very stupid, Brandon, said Marcellus. Or I know I can stop your bomb, said Brandon. You can't enter this building, or we all die, said Beatrix. Who said anything about going inside? Asked Brandon. Well, just so you know, you're surrounded, said Marcellus. Guns cocking. Yeah, I guess I'll just turn around. Since you have guns and my friends. Brandon walks away. Marcellus laughing. Brandon stops, then turns around. Marcellus stops laughing. You know, I was thinking about that saying. Keep your friends close. And your enemies closer. Well, you do have my friends. But, what about my enemies? Asked Brandon. Both Beatrix and Marcellus look at each other. Marcel on the roof. Screeching in the distance. Marcel looks. Dustin appears, flies down, and then knocks Marcel off the roof. Guns firing. Bullets stop. Ving Randall appears, then throws bullets. SWAT members are falling. What is going on? Asked Marcellus. Alacia Allen appears from the floor. Hello, said Alacia. SWAT member 3 jumps at Alacia. Alacia goes through the floor, then comes through the screen. Run, said Ada. Ashley appears with duplicates. Kill them, said Beatrix. Guns firing. Alacia kicks SWAT member 3. SWAT member 3 falls into the button. Cells open. All 10 are going to the fight. Both Beatrix and Marcellus are running. Get to the bomb, then activate it, said Marcellus. Door opens. Sizzling sound. Beatrix goes to the keypad. Dirt rises, then forms into Stephen M. Hello, honey, said Stephen M. Beatrix looks. Wind blowing. Jacob appears. Trying to kill us, asked Jacob. Marcellus runs outside. You did this, said Marcellus. Actually, you did. Both Dustin and Ving appear next to Brandon. I told you. Mutants will reign forever. As long as you deactivate the bomb, said Brandon. Hell no, mutants need to be destroyed, said Marcellus. Have you met the original mutants? Asked Brandon. Both Akira and Sandra appear. You dare destroy our home? Asked Akira. Well, water, you see what we do, said Sandra, holding water. No, mutants should die, said Marcellus. Beatrix, Jacob, and Stephen M. appear. We shut it off, said Stephen M. No, said Marcellus, pulling out the gun, then firing it. Brandon gets shot, then falls. Ving punches Marcellus. Dustin kneels next to Brandon, rumbling in distance. What's going on? Asked Dustin. Will's tower is slowly sinking. The bomb, said Akira. All running from the building. Brandon coughing. Jay appears. Remember, son, there must be a loss, said Jay. Brandon slowly stands up, then walks towards Will's tower. Brandon, what are you doing? Asked Jack. Brandon stops, then turns around. Saving you all, said Brandon, falling into the building. The building continues to sink. Brandon! Yelled Billy. Debris falling. Sizzling sound. Brandon sees the bomb. A support beam falls onto Brandon. All 26 are watching. Will's tower continues to sink. Brandon struggling. Jay appears. Son, you need to do this. Do this for all those people you call friends. Even humans. Which aren't bad after all, said Jay. Brandon moves the support beam, stands up, then walks towards the bomb. Dad, I'm sorry for everything I ever did. Killing you, disobeying you, said Brandon. Jay touches Brandon's shoulder. It's all right, son, said Jay. Brandon looks at the bomb. Dad, will this hurt death, I mean, asked Brandon. Like hell, but there's a nice place on the other side, said Jay. Brandon smiles, then walks into the bomb. The bomb grows, then sucks up the building. Everybody down, said Jack. White light appears, then disappears. All 26 stand up. Buildings are gone. Listen, we could start all over, said Marcellus. Rachel punches Marcellus. You're going to jail, pal, said James. 4 weeks later. Anything? Asked Jack. Nothing, said Lewis. Well, how does his body disappear? Asked Jack. How do buildings? You know, if it weren't for Brandon, I'd be dead, said Lewis. And Cameron, it's never going to be the same, said Jack. Door opens. Anything? Asked James. His body disappeared, said Jack. I remembered when he recruited me, said James. Same here, him and Sarah. They walked inside my home, and I scared them. More Sarah, said Christopher. He always had encouraging advice for all of us, said Mark. He brought me, Amanda, and Stephen in. Even after our battle, said Joshua, I remember Sarah coming to my door. Asking for my help, said Billy. Jordan raises beer. Here's to Brandon, one of the best people we've ever known, said Jordan. Brandon appears, then opens his eyes. Jay appears. Dad, am I dead? Asked Brandon. Yes. Brandon hugs Jay. Some people have been waiting for you, said Jay. Brian, Lucas, Kyle, William, Nick, and Rain appear. Hey Brandon, said William. Hey, where are they? Asked Brandon. Door opens. Alan appears, then looks. Welcome, brother, said Alan. Brandon hugs Alan. It's nice to see you again, brother, said Brandon. Hand taps Brandon's shoulder. Brandon turns around. Sarah appears. Hey, I'm sorry, you look familiar, said Sarah. I'm Brandon James, or known as Flying Angel, said Brandon, laughing, hugs Sarah, then kisses her. Welcome home, Angel, said Jay, hugging Brandon. The end. The League VIII, Awakening by Colton Dennis. Years after the loss of their leader, 3 dangerous mutants rise and then try to rule the world. Now it's up to the League to reunite and save the world. Footsteps walking upstairs. SWAT member 1 stops, looks around the corner, then nods. SWAT members run down the hallway, then stop. SWAT member 1 walks towards the door, grabs the door handle, then tries opening it. It's locked. Knock it down, whispered SWAT member 1. SWAT member 2 approaches, holding a rammer, then swings it. The door breaks open. SWAT members run into the room. Nothing's in here, sir, said SWAT member 3. SWAT member 1 walks inside. They're here somewhere, said SWAT member 1. SWAT member 4 is walking down the hallway. A dark shadow moves. SWAT member 4 points the gun. Guys, whispered SWAT member 4, turning around. The dark shadow moved again. SWAT member 4 exhales, cocks a gun, then walks down the hallway. Smashing sound. SWAT member 4 trembles, then continues walking. A figure appears behind SWAT member 1. SWAT member 4 turns the corner size, then turns around. SWAT member 1 appears, then grabs the gun. Careful, find anything, asks SWAT member 1. No, I thought I saw something, said SWAT member 4. All right. SWAT member 1 whistles. SWAT members line up. I don't think they're here. We'll tell the sergeant we found nothing, said SWAT member 1. SWAT members walk away. SWAT member 1 looks down the hallway, then follows. The hallway appears, then becomes darker. The dark shadow rises. Cape moves. Amanda S. appears, then looks out the window. SWAT truck drives away. Amanda S. bangs onto the wall. The ceiling tile moves. Joshua lands on the floor. That was close, said Joshua. As close as any of us could get, said Amanda S. Let's just hope none of our old friends were captured, said Joshua. Who cares? They don't care for us anymore, said Amanda S. Why'd you say that? Asked Joshua. If they'd care, we'd never split up in the first place, said Amanda S. They did that to keep us alive. All of us. You might want to be alone. But I'm all you got, said Joshua, walking away. Footsteps running. I think I see him, said SWAT member 5 firing gun. Tree being shot. Jack appears behind a tree, then breathes heavily. SWAT member 6 points the gun. SWAT members 5 and 6 are walking towards the tree. Jack breathes heavily. A portal appears underneath Jack. SWAT members 5 and 6 look behind the tree, then see nothing. Where'd he go? Asks SWAT member 6. Twig snaps. SWAT member 5 points, then raises the gun. Check it out, said SWAT member 5. SWAT member 6 walks towards the bushes. Bushes move. SWAT members 5 and 6 point guns. It's nothing, said SWAT member 6. Let's head back, said SWAT member 5. Footsteps are running away. Bushes move. Both Jack and Lewis appear. We can't keep doing this, said Jack. Yeah, let's go, said Lewis, walking. Where are we headed? Asked Jack. I have a plan, said Lewis. Thunder rumbles. We better take cover, said Jack. Damn storm, I hate rain, said Louis. Lightning flashes. Van drives past, then stops. Doors open. All right, I want a perimeter check. 4 men at each point. None of them come through, said Sergeant 1. Yes, sir, said SWAT member 7. SWAT member 8 is standing next to the woods. Twig snaps. SWAT member 8 looks, points a gun, then walks into the woods. Bushes shaking. SWAT member 8 moves bushes, then sighs. Shadow moves. SWAT member 8 fires a gun, then follows the shadow. I've got one on the run, said SWAT member 8. SWAT members follow. Sergeant 1 goes to run, stops, then looks. A hooded figure appears. You, said Sergeant 1. The hood gets taken off. Crispin Gabriel appears. Hello Sergeant, I came to tell you. You're dealing with the wrong mutants. Someone will rise again. And we mutants will need help. You, Homo sapiens, are our only help. If you don't, everyone will die by quake, said Crispin, turning around. Who is this quake? Person asks Sergeant 1. Crispin turns around. Quake is a destructive, heartless mutant, Sergeant, said Crispin, walking away, then putting his hood up. Footsteps running, then stop. SWAT member 8 looks around. SWAT members appear. Where is it? asks SWAT member 7. I lost it, somewhere around here, said SWAT member 8. Twig snaps. SWAT members fire guns. Hold your fire, said SWAT member 7, walking towards the bushes. A figure appears behind SWAT members. SWAT member 7 looks, then sees a dead fox. SWAT member 9 gets kicked. Guns firing. A figure runs behind the trees. SWAT member 8 walks towards the trees. The figure grabs the gun, punches, flips, and then points the gun at SWAT member 8. Please don't, said SWAT member 8. Gun being taken apart. SWAT members approach, then look. SWAT member 8 is lying on the ground. The rain starts pouring. Lightning flashes. Typing on the keyboard. Jordan appears in the chair. Footsteps approaching. Christopher appears. Jordan, we need a hand, said Christopher. All right, I'll be right there, said Jordan. Hurry, something's up, said Christopher, walking away. Jordan follows. Footsteps walking downstairs. All 6 appear. What's up? asked Jordan. James, said Christopher. I've got a bad feeling. We better find the others. I know it will be safer away from everyone. But we need them, said James. All right, I'll get them. Let's hope your feeling is wrong, said Jordan, walking away. Cars driving. The ground rumbles, then slowly cracks. Road breaks. Cars swerve, then crash. Scott Farrelly appears, then looks around. The car door opens. Man 1 looks at Scott. Hey asshole, you're going to pay for this, said Man 1. Scott looks at Man 1. The name is Quake, asshole, said Scott, stomping foot. The road underneath Man 1 collapses. People running. Scott laughs, then walks away. Mark appears, then growls. Footsteps approaching. Mark looks, and then his nails grow. Crispin appears. Put those away. Come on, we have to tell the others, said Crispin, walking away. Mark follows. Building appears. Joshua is lying on the bed. Amanda S. walks into the room. Joshua looks. Is everything alright? Asked Joshua. I'm not good at this. But I want to apologize for what I said, said Amanda S. It's alright. We've been through a lot, Dark Ed. I could read you like a book, said Joshua. Amanda S. walks towards Joshua, then kisses him. Did you see that in my book? Asked Amanda S. Actually, that's the first shocking part. But Joshua flips Amanda S. onto the bed. I know what happens next, said Joshua, kissing Amanda S. Clothes are being taken off. Footsteps walking. SWAT member 1 appears, then cocks a gun. Both Amanda S. and Joshua look. Don't move. I knew you were here. Now, get up, slowly, said SWAT member 1. Both Amanda S. and Joshua stand up. You homo sapiens are pissing me off, said Joshua. I'd watch what you say, said SWAT member 1. Creaking sound. SWAT member 1 looks down the hallway, then back at both Amanda S. and Joshua. See anything? Asked Joshua. No, start moving, said SWAT member 1. Both Amanda S. and Joshua are walking into the hallway. All three are walking down the hallway. SWAT member 1 gets pushed into the door, punched, then flipped. Man 2 appears wearing a mask, then looks at both Amanda S. and Joshua. SWAT member 1 pulls out a knife. Look out, said Amanda S. Man 2 ducks, kicks SWAT member 1, then looks back at both Amanda S. and Joshua. Who are you? Asked Joshua. Are you kidding me? It's me, said Man 2, taking off his mask. Stephen G. appears with a burned face. Ion, what happened? Asked Joshua. You don't want to know, said Stephen G. Good timing, though, said Amanda S. SWAT member 1 stands up, then grabs the gun. You think you won. But you mutants will die, said SWAT member 1, raising a gun. Gun fires. A black force field appears. Bullet ricochets. The black force field disappears. Stephen blows fire. SWAT member 1's arm catches on fire, then he runs. I never knew you could do that, said Joshua. I couldn't, not until I swallowed my lighter, said Stephen G. You didn't explode, said Amanda S. Apparently not. Let's go. The League needs us, said Stephen G. I thought it wasn't safe, asked Joshua. It's not, but we have no choice, said Stephen G., putting on his mask. No choice, why not? Asked Amanda S. Someone is rising. Worse than Frost was. That's why we're reuniting, said Stephen G. Who's this mutant? Asked Amanda S. Scott Farrelly, or also Quake, said Stephen G. Quake, Joshua. Yes, let's get going. The others are waiting, said Stephen G. Others? Asked Amanda S. Footsteps running. Both Jack and Lewis stop, then look back. I think we lost him, said Jack. Yeah, but if we didn't, let's keep moving, said Lewis. Jack nods. Both Jack and Stephen run. Twig snaps. Jack pulls out his knives. Freeze, said SWAT member 5. Shit, said Lewis. Lower your weapons now, said SWAT member 5. Jack drops his knives on the ground. There, said Jack. Now, on the ground, said SWAT member 5. Both Jack and Lewis lay on the ground. Got any ideas? Asked Lewis. Shut up, or I'll kill you. This is SWAT member 5. I've got 2 of them, said SWAT member 5. Good, I'm on my way, said SWAT member 6. You two must be the worst mutants ever, said SWAT member 5. Jack looks at Lewis, then nods. Lewis kneels. "Excuse me, I got a question," said Lewis. SWAT member 5 points the gun. "Lay down," said SWAT member 5, being tripped by Jack. Both Jack and Lewis run. SWAT member 5 stands up, then points the gun. Lightning strikes the ground next to SWAT member 5. SWAT member 5 hits the tree. Both Jack and Lewis look. Electricity fades. Phineas Dempsey appears. Thunder rumbles. A cloud flies towards Phineas, then deteriorates. Leah Mountbatten appears. "Sister, this is our world now," said Phineas. "Yes, Phineas. And all will bow to thunder and lightning," said Leah Mountbatten. "We have another problem," said Jack. "Let's go," said Lewis. Both Jack and Lewis run. Leah Mountbatten sees both Jack and Lewis running. "We have ears listening," said Leah Mountbatten. Phineas looks. "We'll deal with them soon enough," said Phineas. SWAT member 6 appears, then cocks a gun. "Don't move, you two," said SWAT member 6. Both Leah Mountbatten and Phineas look. "Put that down." SWAT member 6 continues pointing the gun. "Very well, Leah," said Phineas, stepping backwards. "What's she dash?" asked SWAT member 6. Leah Mountbatten claps her hands. SWAT member 6 goes flying into a tree branch, then gasps. "Homo sapiens," said Leah Mountbatten. SWAT member 5 groans, then looks up. Phineas smiling. "Good morning, you're in for a little shock," said Phineas, continuing to smile. Footsteps running. Both Jack and Lewis stop. "We need to keep moving," said Lewis. "I can't believe it." "That was thunder and lightning," said Jack. "Yeah, I saw them too," said Lewis. "Hopefully, they don't follow us. Because if they do, we'll be in more trouble," said Jack. "Yeah, let's get moving," said Lewis. Jordan is looking out the window. Alicia approaching. "You all right?" asked Alicia. "It's weird. It's raining. But no lightning or thunder," said Jordan. "We have those kinds usually," said Alicia. "I'm hoping the others are alive and well," said Jordan. "You really care about them," said Alicia. "They're the only thing I have left," said Jordan. "What about your family?" asked Alicia. "My family resented me. Especially for being a mutant," said Jordan. "So, what happened?" asked Alicia. "I was leaving to start my life. I left my driveway. The house exploded. My family was inside. I found out that my father never turned off the stove. Then he lit his lighter," said Jordan. "Sorry, Jordan," said Alicia. "Yeah, after a while. Brandon found me. Asked about the League. He told me he needed me. So that's why I'm worried. I don't want to find them dead," said Jordan. "They're alive." "I know they are," said Alicia, smiling. Jordan smiles, too. Knocking on door. All 8 look. Door opens. Both Crispin and Mark appear, then walk inside. "Any news?" asked Christopher. "Yeah, Quake's risen," said Mark. "He's early, ain't he?" asked Ashley. "Quake doesn't wait. He rises when he wants to." "So, the plan?" asked Billy. "Find Quake, then send him back where he belongs," said Jordan. "Nothing will be able to destroy him. He's like Billy on steroids," said Mark. "Mark's right. We need something better," said Crispin. "I've got no idea," said Jordan. You'll think of something, said Alicia. Door opens. All 10 look. Amanda S., Joshua, and Stephen G. appear. Hey, what's up? Asks Stephen G. Well, we just found out. Quake has risen. And we're figuring out a plan, said Jordan. Well, those damn SWATs continue following us. So, better watch ourselves, said Stephen. We will, said Mark. Where's Jack and Lewis? Asked Dustin. Footsteps running. Jack sees the cabin. Look, it's the cabin, said Jack. Hurry, get inside. Before someone sees, said Lewis. Both Jack and Lewis run towards the cabin. Door opens. All 13 look. You guys made it, said Billy. Yeah, said Lewis. You're just in time. Quake has risen, said Jordan. He's not the only one. Thunder and lightning have too, said Lewis. Wait, thunder and lightning. Why would they be here, especially now? Asked Jordan. I don't know. But I think we lost them, said Jack. Wait, they were following you? Asked Crispin. Not at first, but said Jack, being interrupted. Thudding on the roof. What's that? Asked Bing. Christopher laughs. It's Santa, everyone go to sleep, said Christopher, lying down. Fucking idiot, said Crispin. Creaking from above. Someone's up there, said James, walking towards the staircase, then forming fireballs. Jordan looks out the window. Lightning flashes. Jordan's eyes widen. Lightning goes through the window, then hits James. James hits the support beam, then goes unconscious. All 14 look. Phineas appears on the lawn. Shocking, right? Asked Phineas. Dustin jumps at Phineas. Thunder rumbles. Dustin goes into a tree. Mark growls, then his nails grow. Leamage lands next to Phineas. League, attack, said Mark. All 13 jump at both Leamage and Phineas. Lightning hits Christopher. Christopher lands next to Dustin, then groans. The wind picks up. All 13 are struggling. Phineas throws lightning. Lightning goes toward Billy. A portal appears. Lightning goes through the portal. A portal appears behind Phineas. Lightning hits Phineas. Phineas groans. Thanks, said Billy. Nice trick, said Phineas, throwing lightning. Both Billy and Lewis move. The cabin wall gets destroyed. Jordan looks up. A support beam falls. Techno, said Mark, moving Jordan. The cabin roof collapses. Both Jordan and Mark groan. Christopher groans. Dustin, you alright? Asked Christopher. Yeah, who's your friend? Asked Dustin. Christopher looks. Rachel Teresa appears. Need help? Asked Rachel, pulling out the katana. Lightning hits a tree. We need to leave, said Jordan. Lewis, plan E, now, said Mark. Lewis nods. A portal appears. Both Jordan and Mark jump through. Amanda, plan E, said Lewis. Amanda S. nods. Crispin, destruction, please, said Amanda S. Crispin stands up, then forms a black orb. A black orb hits the ground. Both Leamage and Phineas fall. All 15 disappear. Rachel jumps, then swings the katana. Another portal appears. Rachel goes through the portal. Both Leamage and Phineas groan, then stand up. They're stronger than I thought, said Phineas. Wood moves. James groans. Leah Madge walks towards James. Let's kill him, said Leah Madge. Who are you? Asked James. I've got a better idea, said Phineas. A portal appears. All 15 fall. Is everyone all right? Asked Jordan. Yeah, said all 14. Rachel stands up. Who are you? Asked Jordan. I'm Rachel Teresa. I'm a bounty hunter. After any mutants who destroy the world, said Rachel. A bounty hunter, said Amanda S. You go after mutants, said Billy. Yes, said Rachel. Why would they send a human bounty hunter? Asked Christopher. Well, the SWAT's after us. It kind of makes sense, said Jordan. The SWAT didn't hire me. I work alone, said Rachel. Then why come to the fight? Asked Jordan. Like I said, I go after mutants who try to destroy the world. Plus, the SWAT's after me too, said Rachel. Why are they after you? Asked Jordan. They say I'm dangerous, said Rachel. Jordan smiles. You're a mutant, said Jordan. All 13 look at Rachel. You're one, said Jack. Yes, said Rachel. Oh, I don't want to interrupt. But where's James? Asked Ashley. All 15 are looking around. Footsteps walking. So, you're saying us 3 are a team? Asked James. Yes, and we were trying to find these ones. They want us dead. You're going to help, said Phineas. James is looking at Phineas, then Leah Madge. Well, if you say so, I'm in, said James. Good, said Phineas. Ground rumbling. All 3 form balls. Ground caves in. All 3 fall, groan, and then see Scott. Who are you? Asked Scott. All 3 stand up. I'm Phineas or Lightning. These are Thunder and Flame. We're going to destroy the world, said Phineas. Scott laughs. You 3, that's funny, said Scott. You're Quake. Yeah, I've heard you were going to rise, said Phineas. I have. But what gives you the right to take over the world when I'm going to, said Scott. Well, it looks like we came to an impasse. We're not backing down, said Phineas. Neither am I, said Scott. Wait, we all want the same thing. We could work together, said James. That's not a bad idea, said Phineas. Scott laughs. Me, working with you. Quake works alone, said Scott, walking away. Then how are you going to stop the League? They are stronger than we thought. We work together. The League and the world will be ours, said Phineas. Scott stops, then turns around. That's a good idea. I'm in, said Scott. Footsteps walking. Ving stops, then looks around. Ving, are you all right? Asked Stephen G. I just got this bad feeling, said Ving. Come on, said Stephen G. Jordan approaches Rachel. Where are you taking us? Asked Jordan. A safe place, said Rachel. Which is? Asked Jordan. My home, said Rachel, stopping. Why'd we stop? Asked Crispin. We're here, said Rachel. I'll see a field. You brought us to a field, said Christopher. Why are we here? Asked Jordan. This is my home, said Rachel. Oh yeah, they won't find us here, said Mark. Is that a joke? Asked Jordan. Hang on, said Rachel, whistling. Whistling echoes, then stops. Ground shaking. A building rises from the ground. All 14 look up. Holy shit, said Billy. Now, if you all follow me, said Rachel. All 14 are walking into the building. Rachel whistles. The building sinks into the ground. Rachel walks ahead. All 14 continue to follow. "No wonder you're hard to find," said Jordan. "Well, I had to find a place to hide. And this is the best place." The dining room appears. "Please sit down and relax." "You're all safe," said Rachel, putting down katana. "So, you've been down here alone?" asked Jordan. "At first, there were a dozen of us. They got kidnapped. It's just the two of us now," said Rachel. "Two of you," said Louis. "Yeah, I guess he ain't here," said Rachel. "Shouldn't we have waited for him instead of having this rise again?" asked Joshua. "Oh, he could get inside," said Rachel. "While the building's in the ground," said Jordan. "Yeah," said Rachel. "What is he, a teleporter?" asked Mark. "No," said Rachel. "Drilling sound." "What the hell is that?" asked Crispin. The drilling sound stops. "It sounds like he's back," said Rachel. "Who's back?" asked Jordan. Footsteps approaching. All 15 look at the doorway. Job O'Connell appears. "Rachel, you brought guests," said Job. "Yes, I did." "Everyone, this is Job O'Connell," said Rachel. "So, you're a mutant too?" asked Jordan. "Yes, I'm guessing you are too," said Job. "I'm Jordan, or Techno. That's Portal, Knives, Wrecking Ball, Ion, Dark Et, Venom, Buggy, Zero Gravity, Nightmare, Hyena, Black Hawk, and Addition," said Jordan. "Nice names, they all call me Drillbit," said Job. "All right, enough with the introductions. What are we going to do about thunder, lightning, and quake?" asked Crispin. "Wait, Quake has risen too?" asked Rachel. "Yeah, what do you know about him?" asked Jordan. Rachel looks at Job, then nods. Job walks away. "They say Quake's a legend. He's as old as David Frost." "That's wrong, Quake or Scott Farrelly is only 50 years old." "You kind of remind me of him, Wrecking Ball," said Rachel. Job appears, then hands book. Rachel places the book down, then opens it. All 16 surround the table. Rachel spins the book. "He's the original Quake." "Carrie Quakinson," said Rachel. "Where'd this new one come from?" asked Jordan. "Well, Scott Farrelly was an adopted child. Quake was his father," said Rachel. "How'd Quake die?" asked Alicia. "Carrie Quakinson never died. He was frozen," said Rachel. Jordan looks at Rachel. "I don't understand why Quake didn't rise until now," said Jordan. "Quake's a mutant who does it his way." "Where, why, and when?" said Job. "I think we're avoiding the question." "How do we kill him?" asked Mark. "Well, he's just like his father. A strong-ass person who doesn't care," said Rachel. "That's not the question I asked," said Mark. "He's human and could still die." "Everyone dies eventually," said Rachel. Mark laughs. "Well, I guess I'm the lucky one," said Mark. "Why?" asked Job. "I can't die. Ever since I sold my soul," said Mark. "All right, let's make a plan." "To stop them," said Jordan. "Why don't I just rip them apart?" asked Mark. "If they said Quake's strong, he'd probably knock you out," said Jordan. Sergeant 1 is sitting. SWAT member 1 approaches. "Sergeant, we got a lead on the League," said SWAT member 1 handing device. Beeping noise. "Let's go, tell the other," said Sergeant 1. SWAT member 1 walks away. Sergeant 1 looks at the device. In his mind. We need your help, said Crispin. Trucks driving. Ving gasps. Is something wrong? Asked Jordan. I don't know. But something's coming, said Ving. No one can find us in here, right? Asked Amanda S. Right, said Rachel. Well, Ving can always tell if there's something wrong. And if something is coming, we need a plan, said Jordan. Truck drives past. All four look. Those people are wearing the same clothes as the ones we killed, said Leah Match. They were after the League. I wonder where they're going so fast, asked Phineas. Maybe we should find out, said James. James, Leah Match, and Phineas start walking. I ain't playing any games with them, said Scott. If you want the world, you must destroy the League, said Phineas. And they're wherever those guys are going, said Leah Match. They won't be that way, said Scott, walking in the other direction. I knew he'd back away. He's not powerful enough to take over the world. Or find the people you need dead, said Phineas. Scott stops, then turns around. You're saying, I'm dumb and weak, said Scott. Hey, he just realized what I said, said Phineas. Scott growls, then stomps. Ground caves. All three are hovering over the hole. I think you pissed him off, said Leah Match. Scott claps his hands. Both James and Leah Match fall to the ground. Phineas throws electricity. Scott gets hit, then falls. Phineas lands next to Scott. Are you done with your bitch fit? Come on, get up, said Phineas, helping Scott stand up. Scott looks at Phineas. Let's go kill the League, said Scott. Both James and Leah Match groan. Are you two all right? Asked Phineas. Fine, said Leah Match. James, asked Phineas. James looks at Scott. If you do that to me again, I'll fry you, said James, walking ahead. I'm starting to like this guy. Let's get moving, said Phineas. Trucks stop. Doors open. Sergeant 1 looks. SWAT member 1 approaches. Orders, sir, asks SWAT member 1. I want this area searched. It says they're here, said Sergeant 1. Yes, sir, said SWAT member 1. Guns cocking. SWAT members are walking around the field. Ving looks up. Someone's above us, said Ving. Hopefully no one finds us, said Jordan. But what's the plan if they do? Asked Billy. Plan E, said Lewis. That'll be the backup plan. We have to fight our way out first, said Jordan. It won't be our first time, said Mark. Let's just hope they don't find us, said Jordan. All 15 are nodding. Footsteps walking. SWAT member 4 trips. Are you all right? Asked SWAT member 3. I tripped over something, said SWAT member 4. SWAT members 3 and 4 are digging, then get to the roof. Is that a roof? Asked SWAT member 3. Sergeant, said SWAT member 4. Sergeant 1 approaches. What the hell is that? Asked Sergeant 1. A roof, sir, said SWAT member 4. Destroy it, said Sergeant 1. SWAT members are grabbing axes. Roof breaking. All 16 look up. They found a way in, said Rachel, pulling out the katana. Remember, fight, not kill, said Jordan. As long as they don't shoot at us, said Job. Blades appear from Job's head and wrists. Holy shit, said Ashley. No wonder they call you drill bit, said Christopher. Oh, these aren't why. It's what I can do, said Job. Thumping from above. They're inside now, said Rachel. Amanda, the lights, said Jordan. Amanda's eyes turn black. The lights go out. Let's see if they can see in the dark, said Mark. Everybody hide, said Jordan. All 6 are running. You few stay here. This won't take long, said Sergeant 1, jumping inside. SWAT members are walking. Lights shining down the hallway. The dining room appears. I don't see anything, sir, said SWAT member 4. They're here, I know it, said Sergeant 1. Beeping sound. A shadow moves. Gun fires. Shit, said SWAT member 2. What's going on, asked Sergeant 1. Someone moved in here, said SWAT member 2. Be careful next time. We're underground. We don't need to have a cave-in, said Sergeant 1. The shadow moves again. Sir, over here, said SWAT member 1, shining light. Job is running toward the window. We got him, said Sergeant 1. Job jumps, spins, goes through the window, then digs through dirt. Sir, said SWAT member 1. I know, said Sergeant 1. SWAT members walk around the field. All 4 appear. What are they doing, asked Leah Match. I think they've found something, said Phineas. Are we just going to sit back, asked Scott. If you want to, you could, Quake, said James, walking ahead. Like I said, I'm starting to like this guy, said Phineas. All 3 follow. Footsteps approaching. SWAT members look, then see Scott. Who's this, asked SWAT member 7. Tell me where the League is. Or fall to Quake, said Scott. Quake, what kind of name is that, asked SWAT member 7. Scott smiles, then claps his hands. SWAT member 7 goes into a tree, then hits the ground. SWAT members raise guns. Wind blows. SWAT members fall, then drop guns. Leah Madge appears. SWAT member 8 goes to grab a gun. Phineas steps onto the gun. I'd run if I were you, said Phineas. SWAT member 8 runs. Phineas throws electricity. Truck explodes. SWAT member 8's body falls. Gun cocks. SWAT member 9 pointed a gun. Don't move, said SWAT member 9. You're packing a lot of heat, said Phineas. Thanks, said SWAT member 9. I wasn't talking to you. It was for him, said Phineas. SWAT member 9 turns around. James appears to be holding fireballs. You know what they say. Play with fire, you'll get burned, said James, throwing fireballs. SWAT member 9 catches on fire, screams, then goes through the hole. Sergeant 1 looks up. Continue searching. I'll be back, said Sergeant 1. SWAT members continue looking around. All 4 jump into hole. A little light, please, said Phineas. James holds up his hand. Fire brightens up the room. Footsteps approaching. Sergeant 1 appears, then sees SWAT member 9's burnt body. Holy shit, what would do this, asks Sergeant 1. Footsteps approaching. Sergeant 1 looks up. Phineas appears. You, I know you, said Phineas. James, Leah Madge, and Scott appear. Who are you, asks Sergeant 1. Well, I'm Lightning. My sister Thunder, the Flame, and Quake, said Phineas. Oh, my God. Crispin was right, said Sergeant 1. Where's the League, asked Scott. I don't know, said Sergeant 1. Scott grabs Sergeant 1 by the throat. Then you are useless, said Scott. A portal appears. Scott goes through the portal, then appears in the dining room. Billy appears. Scott growls, then runs at Billy. Where'd he go? Asked Phineas. Growling behind all three of them. All three look. Mark jumps at Phineas. Leah Madge goes to exhale. Alicia rises from the floor, then punches Leah Madge. James forms fireballs, then throws them. Fireballs stop. James looks. Ving appears. Who the hell are you? Asked James. It's me, James, Ving, said Ving. You are a League member. Die, said James, throwing a fireball. A portal appears. The fireball goes through the portal. The portal appears behind James. The fireball hits James. James falls, then groans. James, said Ving, helping James stand up. James grabs Ving by his throat. Ving is slowly being burned. Can't you stand the heat? Asked James. Ving, said Mark, jumping at James. Ving falls, then coughs. Ving, you all right? Asked Alicia. Alicia, get Ving out of here, said Mark. Both Alicia and Ving go through the floor. Mark looks. Both Leah Madge and Phineas approach Mark. SWAT members continue walking. Thudding sound. What the hell is that noise? Asks SWAT member 1. Billy goes through the wall. SWAT members point their guns. I'd run if I were you, said Billy. Scott appears, then swings his fist. Billy ducks, then punches Scott. Scott falls next to the SWAT members, looks at Billy, and then claps his hands. Billy goes into the wall. SWAT members run. Scott looks, then stomps his foot. Floor collapses. SWAT members fall. Billy tackles Scott. Both Billy and Scott are fighting. Scott falls, groans, and then stands up. You're hell of a fighter, said Scott, throwing Billy upward. Mark hits Phineas, then James. Leah Madge looks at Mark. Let's see how well you fight, said Leah Madge. I don't hit women, said Mark. Too bad, said Leah Madge, forming a small tornado. Thumping sound. Billy goes through the floor, then the roof. Leah Madge hits the wall. Like I said, I don't hit women, said Mark, jumping through the hole. All 13 are waiting. What's taking so long? Asked Ashley. Footsteps approaching. Both Billy and Mark appear. What took you so long? Asked Jordan. Quake, lightning, thunder, and the flame, said Mark. James is alive. Where is he? Asked Jordan. With them, said Mark. Wait, what? Said Christopher. James is working with them now. Who do you think did that to Ving? Asked Mark. Shit, we're going to be in deeper shit now, said Jordan. Well, let's find a place to hide. Since that one's gone, said Ashley. Ground shaking. What's that? Asked Stephen G. All 15 see the ground moving towards them. The ground stops moving. Job appears from the ground. Job, said Rachel. I found a place to hide, said Job. Let's go, said Rachel. All 15 are walking. Mark looks at Crispin. Crispin looks at Mark. Mark, let's go, said Crispin. All right, said Mark. Is something wrong? Asked Crispin. Keep your eyes in the back of your head, said Mark, walking ahead. All 4 are looking at each other. These League members are strong, said Scott. I told you, said Phineas. What's the plan? Asked Liam. Find the League and kill them, said Phineas. How? We already tried, said Scott. Only if there was a way to lure them into a trap, said Phineas. James sees paper. New Year's Eve party in Times Square. Hey, I found a way, said James, holding paper. Phineas grabs the paper. James, you're a damn genius, said Phineas. You're starting to be a good person to me, said Scott. We have some work to do. So, let's get started, said Phineas. All four are walking away. Sergeant 1 appears, runs, then trips. Talking from a distance. Sergeant 1 sees both Crispin and Mark. Mark walks ahead. Footsteps walking. Factory appears. This is the safe place, asked Ashley. Better than out in the open, said Jordan. All 16 are walking inside. What's the plan? Asked Rachel. Let's get settled first. Then we'll figure it out, said Jordan. We need to figure out something. They could attack any second, said Job. Yes, I know they can. I've been in this position before, said Jordan. Really, you've had the military after you, asked Job. Not just mutants, Homo sapiens too. Mark smiling. Why are you smiling? Asked Jordan. You'll find out in a few seconds. Right, Sergeant, yelled Mark. All 16 look. Sergeant 1 appears. You knew he was there? Asked Crispin. I said, to have eyes in the back of your head. Plus, I smelled him coming miles away, said Mark. Why are you here? Asked Jordan. Well, I'm here for some help. And you are the only ones I could trust, said Sergeant 1. So, after your team tried killing us, you want us to help you? Asked Jordan. I know what we did was wrong. But someone gave me hope for you, said Sergeant 1. Well, Sergeant, we're trying to find where quake, thunder, and lightning are, said Jordan. Well, you're in luck. I overheard where they're going, said Sergeant 1. Where? Asked Mark. New York, tomorrow night. Times Square, said Sergeant 1. Tomorrow night, why? Asked Joshua. The New Year's rocking eve. Perfect plan. Hundreds, maybe thousands of people, said Jordan. Oh great, said Billy. We can't evacuate it, said Alicia. By the time we get there will be too many people and no time, said Jordan. Well, it looks like we're going to Times Square, said Mark. A portal appears. All 17 go through the portal, then appear in Times Square. A sign appears for New Year's rocking eve. A lot of people are already here, said Amanda S. All right, tomorrow night. We need to be ready for them, said Jordan. Where to? Asked Dustin. Find an apartment, said Jordan. Door opens. All 17 walk into the apartment. What's the plan? Asked Rachel. Get some rest. Especially for tomorrow, said Jordan. All 15 are sleeping. Jordan is standing on the balcony. Alicia approaches. Hey, do you want some company? Asked Alicia. Sure, said Jordan. Alicia hands glass of wine. So tomorrow will either end the world or be the end of Quake, said Alicia. Well, I'm not planning on not dying tomorrow. But something's got to give, said Jordan. We'll win, I know we will, said Alicia. Yeah, said Jordan, taking a drink. Alicia looks at Jordan and then kisses him. Jordan looks at Alicia. Sorry, said Alicia. No, it's all right, said Jordan, kissing Alicia. Both Alicia and Jordan go into the bedroom. Door shuts. Both Crispin and Mark are smiling. Footsteps walking, then stop. James, Leah Madge, Phineas, and Scott appear. Times Square. At midnight tonight. New York becomes a sinkhole, said Scott. The world will be ours, said Phineas. And not even the League will stop us, said Leah Madge, looking at James. Let's torch it now, said James. Truck driving. James throws a fireball. Truck explodes. Why'd you do that? People will know now, said Scott. Shut up, said James, walking away. I know I keep saying it. I really like this guy, said Phineas, following James. Leah Madge follows. Scott looks at the truck. Same with me, said Scott, following behind. Fire crackling. Smoke rises. Sun rises. Sirens wailing. Talking on TV. Hello, I'm Penny Cooper. I'm here by the highway. A truck has been burned, said Penny. They're here, said Jordan. What's the plan? Asked Ashley. We're going to spread out tonight. If you see any of them, proceed with caution, said Jordan. 30 minutes until midnight. Footsteps walking. Jordan is typing on his keyboard. Both Crispin and Mark approach. I haven't seen them yet, said Crispin. Keep looking, they need to be here, said Jordan. Both Crispin and Mark are walking. Both Ashley and Dustin are walking. See anything? Asked Ashley. No, I need a better view, said Dustin. Ashley sees a fire escape. There, said Ashley, pointing. Dustin looks then jumps up. Ashley, go find the others. I could see everything, said Dustin. All right, be careful up there, said Ashley walking away. Dustin is looking around. Ashley walks, then turns around. James appears. Wow, you're really hot, said James. Ashley stares at James, then catches on fire. Screaming in the distance. Dustin looks. Ashley! Yelled Dustin. James flies away. Dustin follows James. All 15 get to Ashley. Shit. Go help Dustin, said Jordan. Lewis, now, said Mark, running. A portal appears. Mark goes through the portal. James is flying, then sees the portal. Mark jumps at James. James flies up. Mark grabs James' leg. Get off me, said James. Mark's nails grow, then go into James' side. James groans. Both James and Mark go through trees, then into the ground. Dustin lands next to trees. Mark, said Dustin. A fireball goes toward Dustin. Dustin moves. I'm getting tired of you League members, said James. Dustin looks at James. Mark tackles James, then growls. I never liked you, said Mark. Feelings are mutual, said James. Mark jumps at James. James throws fire. Fire hits Mark. Mark falls, then lands into a tree. James looks at Dustin. You bastard. You turned on the League. Killing Ashley and now Mark, said Dustin. Well, they were both bitches anyway, said James. Dustin growls, then jumps at James. James throws fire. Dustin catches on fire then screams. Fire stops. Dustin laying on the ground. James kneels, then turns Dustin over. Dustin gasping. You, We'll die, said Dustin, continuing to gasp. James stands up. The flames of hell can't stop me, said James. Dustin gasps for his last breath. James smiles, then gets hit with a shovel. Mark looks at Dustin, turns towards James, and then swings the shovel. Jordan is looking around. We need to find the others, said Jordan. We will, said Alicia. Ball lights. Look, it's almost time, said Jack. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 dash, said people. Lightning strikes the ball. Ball explodes. People screaming. Oh no, said Jordan. Thunder rumbles. The rain starts pouring. Both Leamaj and Phineas appear on stage. Phineas grabs the microphone. Everyone calm down. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lightning, my sister Thunder. You Homo sapiens have been after my kind. It's time we fought back. Oh, and I forgot Quake, said Phineas. Ground rumbling. Scott jumps through the road. Homo sapiens. The League's keeping you alive. You'll be safe if they come, said Scott. Jordan, the plan, asked Alicia. Amanda, Lewis, and Alicia, stay back. Get people to safety. The rest of us need to distract them, said Jordan. All 15 nod. And me, asked Sergeant 1. You have a gun, right? Shoot them, said Jordan. And only them, Sergeant, said Crispin. Sergeant 1 nods. I'll get their attention, said Jack. All right, guys, we need to win, said Jordan. All 15 nod. Jordan looks at Alicia. We got this, said Alicia. Phineas sitting. Scott pacing. We should kill one. Just in case, said Scott. Quake, you don't get how this goes. We kill one, people start running, then die. Then no League comes. Just relax, said Phineas. Scott growls. Leamaj standing next to the speaker. Knife goes into the speaker. All 3 look. All 12 appear. Well, you wanted us. So, where are we? Said Jordan. This ends tonight, said Phineas. You took the words out of my mouth. League, attack! Yelled Jordan. All 3 run toward the League. Phineas throws electricity. Both Jack and Stephen G fall. Wind blowing. Both Christopher and Joshua fall. Scott hits both Job and Rachel. Ving goes to raise his hands. Scott grabs Ving by the arms. Rachel looks, pulls out the katana, then swings it. Scott ducks, then moves Ving's arms. Katana cuts off Ving's arms. Scott laughs. Ving said Jordan. Scott hits Rachel. People are disappearing slowly. Scoot looks. Alicia appears. Hold on, said Alicia, being grabbed. Scott appears. Where are you going? Asked Scott. Alicia's struggling. Jordan, said Billy. All 11 look. Let her go, said Jordan. Accept defeat, then I will, said Scott. Jordan goes to step. Scott tightens his grip. Gun fires. Scott gets shot in the arm, then lets go of Alicia. Alicia goes into the road, then reappears next to the group. Scott looks. Sergeant 1 points his gun. It's time to die, said Sergeant 1. Electricity hits Sergeant 1. Sergeant 1 falls. Both Leamaj and Phineas approach Scott. You should just surrender, said Scott. "We'll never surrender," said Jordan. Scott runs at League. Billy runs at Scott. Both Billy and Scott are fighting. Both Leamage and Phineas from their powers. Wind blowing. All 12 look around. A tornado forms, then disappears. Jacob appears. A manhole cover rises. Sandra appears. Stephen G hacks, then blows fire. Akira appears. Stephen M rises from the road. Thunder and lightning. "It's time to come back," said Akira. "No, we need to kill them." "They're the problem," said Phineas. "No, you and she are. Without them, we'd all be dead," said Akira. "You'll have to kill me first," said Phineas, being hit with a shovel. Mark appears. Leamage looks. "You're going to hit me too?" asked Leamage. "Like I said, I don't hit women," said Mark. "But I do." Leamage turns around. Sandra punches Leamage. "Bitch," said Sandra. "League, you must stop Quake quickly," said Jacob. "Before he destroys the world," said Stephen M. "We must get them back." "Before they wake up," said Sandra. All 6 disappear. Billy falls. "Billy, you alright?" asked Jordan. "I'm fine, you guys get out of here." "Get Ving to safety," said Billy. "Are you sure?" asked Jordan. "I'll be fine, go," said Billy. All 15 run. Scott steps. "Your friends are leaving you?" asked Scott. "I'm the only one that could stop you," said Billy, running at Scott. Scott stomps. Tremor goes towards Billy. Billy goes through Tremor, then lands in front of Scott. Scott's eyes widen. "How'd you do that?" asks Scott. "I told you. I'm the one that's going to stop you," said Billy, punching the road. Road caves. Both Billy and Scott fall into the sewer. Scott punches Billy, then pins him against the wall. "You won't kill me," said Scott. "I know, but something else will," said Billy. Rumbling in the distance. Both Billy and Scott look. Water rushes through the sewer, then hits both Billy and Scott. 2 days later. Mark approaches. "Anything?" asked Crispin. "Nothing, I think the water took him," said Mark. "Doesn't the sewer go to the ocean?" asked Alicia. "Yeah, but I couldn't find anything," said Mark. "If Billy's out there, he'll be back," said Jordan. "He will," said Alicia. All 15 nod. Ocean appears. Water splashes. Billy appears. Footsteps walking. Billy groans, then appears chained. "Help," said Billy. "No one could help you," said James. "James," said Billy. "I'm not James anymore." "Please call me Inferno," said James. The end. The League IX, Raging Inferno by Colton Dennis. The League gets a surprise visit from an old teammate. A new threat comes and tries to destroy the world. Will the League be able to overcome the new threat and the old teammate? Lightning flashes. Sebastian O'Neill appears to be walking. Thunder crackles. "Whoa, that sounds close," said Sebastian. Lightning appears in the distance. Sebastian walks over, then sees both Leamage and Phineas. "We must find the League," said Phineas. Twig snaps. Sebastian runs, then looks behind him. Lightning is being thrown. Sebastian falls. A lightning bolt hits gas tanks. Explosion in distance. Leamage appears. Fire crackling. "I think the two we're following went that way," said Leamage. Then let's follow them. The faster we kill the League, we'll rule the world, said Phineas. Both Leomage and Phineas are walking away. A fire cracks, then slowly dies down. Sebastian appears, then looks down. Fire appears on Sebastian's hand. Sebastian smiles. So, lightning and thunder have risen. Maybe I'll follow, said Sebastian, following behind. Mark hits James with a shovel. Sebastian watches, then walks out. James groans. Sebastian taps James, then smiles. A month later. Billy gets punched, then groans. I'm surprised you're still in this. Now, where's the League? Asked James. Billy spits blood. Up your ass, said Billy, being punched. You have balls, said James. Yeah, something you lost a while ago, said Billy. James grabs Billy by his throat. I'd watch what you say, said James. Billy's throat slowly burns, then he gasps. The door slams shut. James looks. Sebastian appears. What the hell are you doing? Asks Sebastian. James lets go of Billy. He wasn't talking, said James. You know, I saved you because I knew what you could do. You are smarter than him. Sorry, I'm Sebastian O'Neill, or Absorb, said Sebastian. Billy works, said Billy. Yeah, Wrecking Ball, I know you, said Sebastian. Why am I a prisoner? Asked Billy. Well, I don't need you running away. Plus, I want the League destroyed, said Sebastian. You'll fail, just like the rest of them, said Billy. Well, there's one thing I have. That they didn't, said Sebastian. Yeah, what's that? Asked Billy. I'll show you, said Sebastian, walking towards the bookcase. A book moves. Bookcase opens. Sebastian walks into the room. Door opens. Woman 1 appears, then falls. James chains Woman 1. What the hell are you doing? Asked Billy. I'm showing you why they call me Absorb, said Sebastian, walking towards Woman 1, then ripping her shirt. Don't hurt her, said Billy. Watch and learn, said James. Sebastian looks at Woman 1, then places his hand on her chest. A yellow light appears. Woman 1 screams, then turns into dust. Oh my God, said Billy. Sebastian looks at Billy, then punches the brick wall. Hole appears. This is my power. For now, said Sebastian. Fuck, said Billy. Typing on the keyboard. Alicia appears to be lying in bed, then sees Jordan. Hey, you alright? Asked Alicia. Yeah, just trying to find anything, said Jordan. Alicia walks towards Jordan. Don't worry, we'll find Billy, said Alicia, rubbing Jordan's back. I know, said Jordan. Come on, back to bed, said Alicia. Jordan picks up Alicia, kisses her, and then places her on the bed. Both Alicia and Jordan are taking off each other's clothes. Christopher is sitting on the couch, watching TV. Rachel walks into the room. Hey, said Rachel. Hello, said Christopher. May I, asked Rachel. Christopher moves a tank onto the table. Rachel sits down. What happened to the fish? Asked Rachel. I ate them. Plus, it's my home, said Christopher. You sleep in that? How? Asked Rachel. Easy, I just crawl inside like this, said Christopher, crawling into the tank. Job walks into the room. Christopher looks. Said Rachel, being interrupted. I don't want to know, said Job, walking into the kitchen. Crispin appears to be reading the newspaper. Hello, Drillbit, said Crispin. Crispin, said Job sitting down. So, you said a while ago, you had others with you and Rachel, said Crispin. Yeah, why do you bring it up, asked Job. Because I may know who took them, said Crispin. Really, who, asked Job. Follow me, you need to see this, said Crispin. Both Crispin and Job are walking upstairs. The door opens and then shuts. The light turns on. Pictures of Sebastian appear. Who is this, asked Job. His name is Sebastian O'Neill. He goes by the name of Sorb, said Crispin. And why do you say he stole them, asked Job. He's been kidnapping mutants for a long time, said Crispin. Does Mark know about him, asked Job. Yeah, because me and Mark have worked with him. Without knowing it, said Crispin. I don't understand. How didn't you know, asked Job. He hides in the shadows. Absorb wanted Frost to rise. He did. Same with Quake. This guy is the reason I switched sides, said Crispin. Why do they call him Absorb, asked Job. He could take the power of mutants. Then use them himself, said Crispin. He sounds dangerous, said Job. Because he is, said Mark. I didn't see you come in, said Crispin. He was just about to tell me. Job was interrupted. I know, I heard a lot of things, said Mark. How do you fit into this with him, asked Job. Well, I actually met his younger version. Almost killed me, said Mark. I thought you couldn't die, asked Job. Well, what he does is, after he sucks out your power, your body turns to dust, said Mark. Jack stands next to the wall, then walks away. Mark looks at the door. Is something wrong, asked Crispin. Someone was listening, said Mark. Jack walks into the room, then grabs a suitcase. Suitcase opens. Jack pulls out knives, then places them in holsters. All three walk into the room. Going somewhere, asked Job. I overheard you, said Jack. And you're planning to find him, said Crispin. Better me finding him than the other way, said Jack, grabbing his bag. Wait, let me help you, said Mark. Why, asked Jack. I could smell him faster than you could find him, said Mark. All right, said Jack. We're coming too, said Crispin. No, if all four of us are gone, they'll know something's up. Two gone, not so much, said Mark. All right, just be careful, said Crispin. Always am. Now we need to sneak out, said Mark. Don't worry, Chris could handle that, said Crispin. All six watching TV. Both Crispin and Job walk into the room. Hey Chris, Crispin says you can't fit into that tank, said Job. I've already shown you before, said Christopher. Prove me wrong again, said Crispin. All right, hand me the tank, said Christopher. Both Jack and Mark are walking out the door. Alicia walks towards the window, then sees both Jack and Mark running. Hey, Jack and Mark are going somewhere. And fast, said Alicia. Jordan walks toward the window. Let's find out, said Jordan. Alicia looks, then walks away. Christopher appears inside the tank. Footsteps approaching. Both Alicia and Jordan see Christopher inside the tank. What the hell is this, asked Alicia. Crispin bet me, said Christopher. Well, while you were playing. Mark and Jack left. Now, Where'd they go? Asked Jordan. I don't know, said Christopher. Crispin? Asked Jordan. No clue, said Crispin. So, Mark didn't tell you? I thought you always knew where the other went, asked Alicia. We don't always, said Crispin. Just tell them, said Job. Tell us what? Asked Jordan. Nice work, Drillbit. We found out who took your friends, said Crispin. Who, the SWAT? Asked Rachel. No, a mutant. He goes by the name of Sorb, said Crispin. I've never heard of him, said Rachel. Neither have I, said Jordan, walking towards the computer. Typing on the keyboard. Do you think you could find him? Asked Alicia. I think so, said Jordan. What about Mark and Jack? Asked Lewis. I'll stay here and dig up anything on Absorb. Lewis, Crispin, Stephen, and Bing. Go follow them, said Jordan. All four walk. What about us? Asked Rachel. I need you here, just in case, said Jordan. Billy is looking at the dust pile. If you tell him where the League is, you'll be set free, said James. Ever since you've turned on us, you've become a prick, said Billy. Fire forms in James's hands. I'd watch what you'd say to me, said James. Kill me, at least I won't end up like her, said Billy. Fire decreases. You'll end up like her. I know you will, said James. You know, I thought at one time that Brandon was right. You're smarter than you know. But he was wrong. Look at you now. Working for a person who only needs you for their power. What do you think he'll do after killing all the mutants? I'll tell you. He'll turn on you. You know I'm right. But you don't want to hear it, said Billy. Sebastian walks inside. Did he crack yet? Asked Sebastian. No, said James. Put him in the tube, said Sebastian. Bookcase opens. Billy gets thrown into a tube. If he finds the League, we're all dead, said Billy. James walks away. Bookcase shuts. Billy turns around and sees Adelaide Mendez, Ida Funderman, and Reginald Orton. Hello, said Reginald. Hey, I'm Billy, said Billy. Reginald or bow, said Reginald. I'm Ida, or touch, said Ida. Adelaide, or glitch, said Adelaide. How long have you been here? Asked Billy. A while, said Reginald. You look familiar, said Billy. Maybe you knew my father. Nick Parks, said Reginald. I never heard of him, said Billy. We were captured. There were a dozen of us. 2 friends got away, said Ida. Adam and Drillbit, said Billy. You know them. Are they safe? Asked Adelaide. Yes, I know them. They're with the League, said Billy. At least they're safe, said Reginald. Footsteps walking. You know, we never really had a talk. Just the 2 of us, said Jack. I really try not to get that close to people, said Mark. Then why are you with the League? Asked Jack. Because, like humans, I need a home. Plus, I got tired of being left behind, said Mark. What do you mean? Asked Jack. Through the centuries, my life has been left behind. Until a military man found me, said Mark. Is that the reason you switched sides? Asked Jack. No, I switched sides because I was tired of hurting humans, said Mark. Sorry, said Jack. Yeah, you ain't the only one. Mark sniffs. This way, said Mark. Both Jack and Mark are walking. Building appears. Is this the place? Asked Jack. Yes, get down, said Mark. Both Jack and Mark kneel. Sebastian walking. What's the plan? asked Jack. I'll distract him. You try hitting him, said Mark. Are you sure? asked Jack. Listen, I've dealt with this guy before. He might be stronger. But I'm smarter, said Mark, crawling. Jack looks. Sebastian continues walking. Bushes shaking. Sebastian walks towards the bushes. Bushes move. Mark appears to be eating deer carcasses. What the hell? said Sebastian. Oh, I'm sorry. Want some? asked Mark. Who are you? asked Sebastian. Oh, I'm Mark Lud, said Mark. Mark Lud, you seem familiar, said Sebastian. Well, I don't remember you. But I've heard of you. Sebastian O'Neill, or Absorb, said Mark. How'd you hear of me? asked Sebastian. Come on, I'm just like you. I also keep a low profile, said Mark. Why are you here? asked Sebastian. I came to see if you needed help. Especially against the League, said Mark. You know where the League is? asked Sebastian. I've been watching them. I just needed someone's help, said Mark. You want to join me? asked Sebastian. Yeah, think about it. 2 strong mutants against the world, said Mark. You might be tricking me. But I'll keep you on a short leash, said Sebastian. No problem. And don't worry, you can trust me, said Mark. Jack slowly walks, pulls out knives, and then goes to throw one. Fire hits Jack. Jack goes into the tree, groans, and then sees James. Nice try, said James, grabbing Jack. Footsteps approaching. Both Mark and Sebastian look. James, who's this? asks Sebastian. A League member. James looks at Mark. You, said James. You know each other? asked Sebastian. Yeah, he hit me with a shovel a while back, said James. Sebastian looks at Mark. I thought I knew your face, said Sebastian. Yeah, he works for the League, said James. Really, so another League member? We're going to kill you now, said Sebastian. You could try, but it won't work, said Mark. James forms fireballs. He wasn't talking to you, said James, smiling. Footsteps walking. Crispin looks around. We lost? asked Lewis. No, I know where we are going, said Crispin. Lewis, why not go through a portal? asked Bing. I don't know where they are. To form a portal. I need to know where to go, said Lewis. Are we going in the right direction? asked Bing. Yes, said Crispin. Stephen G looks, then stops. Bushes move. Sign appears. Hey guys, there must be a factory around here, said Stephen G. Maybe let's keep moving, said Crispin. All 4 continue walking. What do we do when we find Mark and Jack? asked Bing. Leave quickly because of Sebastian's power. We're dead if he touches us, said Crispin. Stephen G sees the building, then points. Footsteps walking. Building appears. Is this the place? asked Bing. Jack hits the tree. All 4 look. James appears. All 4 hiding. Why are we hiding? asked Stephen G. We can't let them know we're here. Not yet anyway, said Crispin. James drags Jack. All 4 are slowly following. Talking from a distance. All 4 peek around the corner. James holds Jack, then forms a fireball. Lewis goes to move. Crispin holds Lewis's arm. He's going to kill him, said Lewis. No, Mark won't allow that, said Crispin. All four look. Mark growls. Let's see what you got, said Sebastian. Mark runs at Sebastian. Sebastian swings his fist. Mark moves, then kicks James' side. Both Jack and Mark stand back to back. Both James and Sebastian are looking at both Jack and Mark. Mark's nails grow, and then he growls. Jack pulls out the knives. James forms fireballs. Sebastian runs at Mark, then punches him. Mark falls to the ground. Jack throws knives. James moves, then throws fireballs. Jack moves. Sebastian goes to punch Mark. Mark kicks Sebastian's stomach, flips him, and then kicks his face. You're pretty strong, said Mark. So are you, said Sebastian, swinging his fist. Mark ducks. Sebastian swings his fist again. Mark goes through the building. Thudding on the other side of the wall. What's going on? Asked Reginald. Thudding continues. Mark goes through the wall, then groans. Mark, said Billy. Wrecking ball, said Mark. Look out, said Ida. Mark looks, then gets punched. Jack running. Fireballs hit trees. Jack is hiding behind a tree. Come on out. So I could kill you, said James. Jack throws a knife. The knife goes into James' shoulder. James pulls the knife out, then melts it. I don't want to hurt you, James, said Jack. It's not me you should be worried about, said James, throwing a fireball. The fireball hits a tree. Jack falls. James forms another fireball. Lewis, now, said Crispin. James throws a fireball. A portal appears. The fireball goes through the portal. The portal reappears behind James. The fireball hits James' back. James groans. Your friends are here, said James, turning around. All four appear. We don't want to hurt you, James, said Lewis. That's no fun, though, said James, throwing fire. All four move. Crispin forms an orb, then throws it. James moves, then throws fire again. Crispin ducks. Lewis, get Jack out of here, said Crispin. Lewis raises his hand. Fire hits Lewis. Lewis goes into the wall, then gets knocked unconscious. James' shoulder gets hit with a knife, he groans, then throws fire. Jack falls. James laughs, then goes still. Ving is holding up his hand. I got him, said Ving. Good. Stephen, go help Mark, said Crispin. All right, said Stephen G, running into the building. Mark hits the wall, then groans. Well, I was wrong. You're not strong at all. Mark laughs. What's so funny? Asks Sebastian. At least I don't look like a gay supervillain, said Mark, continuing to laugh. Sebastian punches Mark. You really think you're funny? Asks Sebastian. Well, I tried fucking your mother first. But that gate was closed, said Mark. Sebastian punches Mark, then grabs his mohawk. I'm going to kill you now, said Sebastian. Well, at least I won't have to look at your ugly face, said Mark. Sebastian grabs Mark by the throat. A yellow light appears. Stephen G looks. Mark, said Stephen G, kicking Sebastian. Sebastian lets go of Mark, then grabs Steve G. Why are you wearing a mask? It ain't Halloween, said Sebastian. Stephen G is struggling. A yellow light appears. Stephen G screams. Mark sees a shovel. Shovel hits Sebastian. Stephen G coughing. Thanks, said Stephen G. No problem, help wrecking ball, said Mark. Stephen G walks towards the tube. Which button? asked Stephen G. That one, said Billy. Stephen G presses the button. Tube opens. Billy walks out. Let's go, said Mark. Wait, no, they need our help, said Billy. Why? asked Mark. They're part of Rachel's and Job's group, said Billy. Well, hurry up then, said Mark. Tubes open. All three are walking out. Thank you, said Adelaide. Hey, enough of the sweet stuff. Let's get moving before he wakes up, said Mark. All six run. Ving continues holding James. Crispin is helping both Jack and Lewis. How do you feel? asked Crispin. Sore, said Jack. You're lucky that's the only thing I made you feel, said James. Jack pulls out a knife. Crispin grabs Jack's arm. Don't be stupid, said Crispin. Jack walks away. Crispin looks at James. James smiling. All six walk out of the building. Hey, who are they? asked Lewis. No time, let's go, said Mark. Lewis, away home, said Crispin. A portal appears. What about James? asked Ving. Bring him along, said Crispin. Billy, Adelaide, Reginald, and Stephen G go through the portal. James smiles, then fire rises. Ving looks at James, then groans. Ving, said Jack. Ving screaming. I can't hold him, said Ving, letting go of James. James flies, then throws fire. Both Crispin and Mark get hit. Lewis looks, then gets hit with fire. Portal disappears. Ida runs towards James. James throws fire. Ida goes through the wall, then lands next to Sebastian. James looks. Jack is holding knives. Are you ready to die? asked James. Are you? asked Jack, running towards James. James throws fireballs. Knives hitting fireballs, then being thrown. James continuously moves, then throws a fireball. Jack falls. James steps onto Jack's chest. How's it feeling to be on the bottom? asked James. You tell me, asked Jack, stabbing James' leg, trips him, then points a knife at his throat. Do it. Jam that knife into me, said James. Jack shaking. I can't, said Jack. You're too weak, said James. Jack growls. I ain't weak, said Jack, swinging a knife. James grabs Jack's arm. Jack struggling. That's right, give in to the anger. Join us, said James. I'll never abandon my real friends. Unlike you, said Jack. The knife gets closer to James' throat. James moves the knife to the side, headbutts Jack, then stabs him. Jack gasps. I told you that you're weak, said James, jamming knife further into Jack's chest. Jack! Yelled Lewis, running towards James. Crispin grabs Lewis. We need to leave, said Crispin. James forms fireballs. Ving looks. What are you going to do? James inquired. A telephone pole falls onto James. Let's go, said Ving. A portal appears. All four go through the portal. Ida groans. Sebastian looks at Ida, then picks her up. If I can't have one of the League's powers, you'll do just fine, said Sebastian, raising Ida. A yellow light appears. Ida screams. Sebastian groans, then squeezes Ida's throat. Ida turns into dust. Sebastian walks outside. James groans. Sebastian approaches. "You just going to stand there?" asked James. "I don't have strength anymore." "Burn through it," said Sebastian. James burns through the telephone pole, then stands up. Sebastian sees Jack's body. "One of the League members," said Sebastian. "Yes, what powers do you have now?" asked James. "Don't know," asked Sebastian, grabbing the knife. James looks down at Jack's body, then sees a knife in his chest. "How's that knife still in his chest?" asked James. Sebastian grabs the knife, then pulls it out. Another knife appears. Sebastian looks at James, walks towards the rock, and then lifts it up. Rock appears in Sebastian's hand. Sebastian looks down. Rock laying on the ground. "I could make duplicates," said Sebastian, smiling. A portal appears. All four appear. Jordan looks. "Guys, you alright?" asked Jordan. Lewis walks away. "What's wrong with Lewis?" asked Alicia. "Jack, he's dead," said Ving. "Knives, he's gone," said Billy. "Yeah, James killed him," said Crispin. "James is with Absorb," said Jordan. "Yes," said Mark. "Where's Ida?" asked Reginald. "Oh shit," said Mark. "You left her behind," said Adelaide. "We must have forgot. Especially while fighting," said Crispin. "We need to go back for her," said Adelaide. "No way, if Absorb has her." "She's dead," said Jordan. "So, what's the plan?" asked Mark. "I don't know. Absorb may be hard to defeat," said Jordan. "Hey, what's Ida's power?" asked Alicia. "She could duplicate items," said Reginald. "Duplicate herself?" asked Alicia. "Of anything, they could make duplicates of that duplicate," said Adelaide. "Wait, if Absorb has her power, then he finds out about it? We'll be surrounded by an army of Absorobs," said Mark. "We need to kill him," said Jordan. Town appears. People walking. Fireballs hit buildings. People are running and screaming. Both James and Sebastian appear. Sebastian inhales. "I love the smell of burning things," said Sebastian, turning around. Army of Sebastians appear. "What now?" asked James. "Have fun until the League gets here," said Sebastian. Footsteps walking. Crashing on TV. "Hello, this is Nina Weathers. I'm in the city. And it looks like an army of the same man is destroying the city," said Nina. Fire hitting the ground. Nina looks, then points. The cameraman turns. James throws fire. The camera goes static. Jordan watching. "Guys, we're going into town," said Jordan. "Jordan, we have a problem." "Lewis isn't upstairs," said Crispin. "Where is he then?" asked Jordan. "Gone," said Mark. Jordan looks at TV. "I may know where he is, but we need to move fast." "He already has a lead," said Jordan. Car explodes. Sebastian duplicates, then laughs. People are running downhill. Sebastian duplicates himself, then pushes the car downhill. People screaming. A portal appears. The car goes into the portal. Sebastian's duplicate looks confused. Portal appears above duplicates of Sebastian. The car crushes duplicates. Sebastian looks. "Is something wrong?" Sebastian asks. Sebastian duplicate 1. "Yes," said Sebastian, walking towards the car. They're dead, sir, said Sebastian. Duplicate 1. They're here, said Sebastian. Your orders, asked Sebastian. Duplicate 1. Kill anyone who's not one of us. Even Inferno, because I don't need him anymore, said Sebastian. Sebastian duplicates walking away. Louis peeks out, then runs. Sebastian walking. Louis watches, goes to walk, then gets pulled down. Shhhhh, why'd you come alone? Asked Jordan. Because I need to kill him myself, said Louis. You can't do it by yourself. That's why we came, said Jordan. You need to get James out first, said Louis. Already on it, said Jordan. James flying. A bee flies around James. Stupid bee, said James. Oh, I just wanted to be friends, said Christopher, flying away. Christopher, said James following the bee. Fireballs are being thrown. Bee continuously moves. Fireballs hitting the ground and duplicates of Sebastian. What is he doing? Asked Sebastian. It looks like he's fighting someone, said Sebastian. Duplicate 1. Sebastian sees the ground moving. Job jumps out of the ground, swings blades, then goes back into the ground. Rachel runs, jumps, grows human size, then pulls out katana. Duplicates of Sebastian surround Rachel. Rachel swings the katana. Duplicates of Sebastian are running. Stephen G is blowing fire. Alicia jumps from the ground, then punches Sebastian. Duplicate 2. Sebastian. Duplicate 3 punches Alicia. Alicia falls. Sebastian. Duplicate 3 standing over Alicia. Hand taps Sebastian. Duplicate 3. Billy appears. Never hit a woman, said Billy, punching Sebastian. Duplicate 3. Thanks, said Alicia. Just doing what I usually do, said Billy. Joshua spits. Sebastian. Duplicate 4 falls. Both Amanda S. and Crispin form black orbs. Mark jumps at Sebastian's duplicates. Sebastian growls, sees a gun, then aims it at Amanda S. Joshua looks. Guns fires. Joshua jumps in front of Amanda S., then gets shot. Josh! Yelled Amanda S. Another one down, said Sebastian. James looks, then sees Joshua lying on the ground. Josh, said James. Jordan looks at Adelaide. Adelaide, get Josh out of here, said Jordan. Adelaide appears next to Joshua. Both Adelaide and Joshua disappear. League, it's time to end this, said Jordan. Sebastian looks at the League, then points the gun. The gun goes still. Sebastian is struggling, then lets go of the gun. Gun flies towards Ving. Do you think it's over? Asked Sebastian. We know it ain't, said Jordan. Duplicates, attack, said Sebastian. League, attack, said Jordan. The League and Sebastian collide. Reginald fires arrows. Both Jordan and Sebastian stare at each other. You and your team will die, said Sebastian. I'm planning on winning this battle, said Jordan. You won't, said Sebastian, swinging his fist. Jordan falls. Sebastian kicks Jordan. Jordan hits the wall. Sebastian grabs Jordan. I hope you suck my power. Because I don't want to look at you, said Jordan. Why would I give up this power? I'm unstoppable. I'll snap your neck instead, said Sebastian. Jordan gasping. Go to hell, said Jordan. We're already there, said Sebastian. Fire hits Sebastian. Jordan coughing. James lands onto the ground. You alright? Asked James. Yeah, said Jordan. You fool, you betrayed me, said Sebastian. You were going to do the same thing, said James. Sebastian duplicates run at James. James throws fire. Sebastian sees the gun, then points it at James. Gun fires. James, said Jordan, moving James, then gets shot. Jordan, said James. Sebastian runs. All 13 surround Jordan. Alicia kneels next to Jordan. Jordan, said Alicia. Lewis looks. He's getting away, said Lewis. Stay here. He's mine, said James, following Sebastian. Jordan, hold on, said Billy. Jordan coughs up blood. Sebastian runs, then goes into a building. The door gets locked. I think I lost him, said Sebastian. James flies through a window, then lands on the floor. You will pay for what you did, said James. Inferno, you don't need to do this. We're friends, remember, said Sebastian. You're just like all the others. Afraid of being stopped. Afraid to be killed, said James. Sebastian points the gun. Are you? asked Sebastian. Let's find out, said James. Gun fires. James falls. I knew you weren't strong enough, said Sebastian, walking away. James slowly stands up, then looks. Is that all you got? asked James. Gun clicks. Shit, said Sebastian. James punches Sebastian. Sebastian groans, then sees a bucket full of liquid. The bucket of liquid lands on James. Fire gets bigger on James. James groans, then looks at Sebastian. Deep voice. Thanks for the boost. I really needed it, said James. Sebastian runs, then hits a button. The alarm goes off. Gasoline flowing. Sebastian tries unlocking the door. Come on. Deep voice. Where are you going? We're just getting started, said James, throwing fireballs. Sebastian runs, then gets to the tank filled with gasoline. James approaches. You're a crazy person, said Sebastian. You want a crazy person? You've got it, said James, flying up, then spinning. Inferno, don't, said Sebastian. Deep voice. Call me the Flame, said James. Sebastian runs towards the door. James forming fire. Fire hits gasoline. Sebastian looks. No, said Sebastian. Lewis looks. Guys, said Lewis. Building explodes. Get down, said Crispin. All 13 duck. A black force field appears, then disappears. I think it's over, said Billy. All 14 appear in the building. How's Joshua? asked Amanda S. He ain't good, said Adelaide. Amanda S. runs towards Joshua. How are you doing? asked Amanda S. I'm not going to make it, babe. Amanda, before I go. I, love, said Joshua, gasping his last breath. Joshua. Josh, said Amanda as sun rises. All 13 are standing next to tombstones. Tombstones read, Joshua Parsons and Jordan Felix. Goodbye guys, said Christopher. What now? asked Stephen G. I don't know, said Billy. Is the league over? asked Christopher. No, we owe it to the others. No matter who or what, the league continues, said Alicia. No matter what kind of threat comes, said Crispin. We'll be ready, said Mark. Satellite floating. An asteroid goes through the satellite. People look. The asteroid hits the ground and then breaks open. A figure appears. The end. The League 10, Apocalypse vs. Armageddon by Colton Dennis. When a new threat comes, the League must resurrect an original mutant. Will this be the end of the world or just a new beginning? Cretaceous period. Dinosaurs are walking around. A flash of light appears. An asteroid hits the ground. Dinosaurs look, then run. Smoke wipes out the dinosaurs. The asteroid opens. A figure appears, then walks out. Reuben Stevens appears. Deep voice. "My world, my home," said Reuben, walking away. Pliocene period. Cairo, Egypt. People walking. Reuben swings a whip. People groaning. Pyramids are being built. Man 1 falls. Reuben grabs Man 1. "Please, I need to rest," said Man 1. Deep voice. "You want rest? Fine," said Reuben's eye glows. Man 1 chokes, then rises off the ground. "Stop it," said Man 2. Deep voice. "He wants to rest." "That's going to happen," said Reuben, moving his arms. Man 1 splits apart. Reuben looks. People start walking again. Reuben smiles. Thunder rumbles. Reuben looks. May Lily appears on the hill, then raises her hand. Tornado forms. May points. Tornado goes towards Reuben. Reuben gets hit, stands up, then throws fire. May falls. Reuben jumps, then lands next to May. May groans. Reuben grabs May. "Go ahead and kill me," said May. Deep voice. "Who are you?" asked Reuben. "I'm May Lily, or Apocalypse," said May, firing white light. Both May and Reuben fall. Deep voice. "You are not stronger than me," said Reuben. "Let's find out," said May. Reuben throws fire again. May moves, then whistles. Reuben holds his ears, and then his eye glows. May stops whistling, then chokes. Deep voice. "I told you. You're not stronger than me," said Reuben. May sees a pyramid block and then holds out her hand. The pyramid block hits Reuben. "Your time's over, Armageddon," said May. Deep voice. "I don't think so," said Reuben, stepping. The ground rumbles, then collapses. May falls. Reuben laughs. Rocks surround Reuben. Regain tries destroying walls. "You will not destroy these people." "Be gone, Armageddon," said May in Reuben's mind. Rock goes into space. "I'll be back," said Reuben, echoing. May is being covered with sand. People looking into the sky. Year 2025. Satellite beeping. An asteroid goes through the satellite. People look. The asteroid hits the ground and then opens. A figure appears, then walks out. Reuben appears. Deep voice. "I said, I'd be back. My home has been invaded. Time to take my home back," said Reuben. "Joshua!" yelled Amanda S., appearing. Door opens. Rachel appears. "You all right, Amanda?" asked Rachel. "Yeah, just a nightmare," said Amanda S. "Don't blame me," said Crispin, walking past. Rachel looks at Amanda S. "Hey, if you ever wanted to talk, I'm here," said Rachel. "Thanks," said Amanda S. Rachel shuts the door. Amanda S. looks out the window. Mark is sitting on the roof, then sees debris in the distance. "We may have company," said Mark, jumping off the roof and landing on the ground. Both Billy and Stephen G appear to be sitting on the porch. Is something wrong? Mark asked Billy. I think something fell in the woods. There's a lot of debris rising, said Mark. Let's tell the others, said Billy. All three are walking into the building. Reginald pulls out a quiver. Footsteps approaching. All nine look up. Is something wrong? Asked Alicia. Mark saw some debris in the woods, said Billy. So, said Ving. I think something fell. Or collided into the ground, said Mark. Maybe it was a tree, said Adelaide. A tree doesn't make debris rise over the others, said Mark. All right, I'll send a team out. Christopher, Amanda, Ving, Adelaide, Job, and Rachel stay here. Billy, Steve, Mark, Crispin, and Reginald with me, said Adelaide. Yeah, it's probably just a tree, said Reginald. We may have another problem, said Mark. What do you mean? Asked Alicia. Let's just go. If I'm right, I'll tell everyone once we get back, said Mark. Reuben walking. Man 3 and woman 1 are kissing. Reuben turns his head. Woman 1 takes off her shirt. Man 3 kisses woman 1's breasts, then sees Reuben. Holy shit, said man 3. Woman 1 puts on a shirt. Who are you? Asked woman 1. Deep voice. God, said Reuben's eye glowing. Both man 3 and woman 1 choke, then rise off the ground. Reuben raises his arms, then makes fists. Both man 3's and woman 1's bones crack, then disappear. Reuben opens his hands. Ashes appear. Reuben blows ashes, then walks away. Town appears. People are walking around. Reuben walks towards town. Footsteps walking. All 7 looking, then stop. Debris continues to rise. I can't see anything, said Lewis. Stephen G takes off his mask, grabs a stick, and then blows fire. Torch being handed. Thanks, Stephen, said Alicia. Debris fades. All 7 are walking. Stephen G falls, then groans. Stephen, said Billy. Debris fades. Stephen G appears in a dip. That's a long indent, said Alicia. Do you still think it's a tree? Asked Mark. Alicia looks at Mark. Stephen G looks, then sees a figure. Hey guys, what's that? Asks Stephen G. All 7 look. Debris fades. Asteroid appears. What the hell is that? Asked Reginald. It's an asteroid, said Alicia. Cruising approaches, then stops. I think something was inside, said Crispin. What? Said Billy. Come here, said Crispin. All 6 are approaching. An opening in the asteroid appears. Do you think something was inside it? Asked Reginald. Yeah, but what? Asked Alicia. The question isn't what, but where is it? Asked Mark. Do you think it's still here? Asked Stephen G. Not here, per se, said Mark. Maybe we should head back, said Crispin. It sounds like a plan, said Alicia. All 7 run. Mark sees Egyptian writing, then continues running. Ving looking out the window. Anything? Asked Rachel. Not yet, said Ving. Where's the others? Asked Rachel. Amanda's still in her room. Job and Adelaide are watching TV. And Christopher's doing something privately, said Ving. Probably touching himself, said Rachel. Why do you think I said something privately? No one can hide secrets from me, said Ving. Remind me to never date you, said Rachel. Yeah, I did that a lot. That's why I never dated women, said Ving. You probably snatched up a lot of women. Before you knew about your powers, said Rachel. Actually, no, that's only because I'm gay, said Ving. Really, I wouldn't think of that, said Rachel. Well, that's why Brandon brought me in. He knew how people treated me. And what I could do, said Ving. All 7 appear from the woods. There they are, said Rachel. The door opens and then shuts. All 7 walk into the room. What's going on? asked Ving. Well, it wasn't a tree, said Mark, walking away. What was it? asked Ving. An asteroid, said Billy. That's not what we need to worry about. It's what came out of it, said Crispin. Something came out, said Rachel. Yes, but what we don't know, said Alicia. That's great, said Ving. What's the plan? asked Rachel. Figure out what was inside, said Stephen G. Where do we start, though? asked Alicia. Thudding on the floor. All 8 are walking towards the thudding sound. Mark is throwing books. What the hell are you doing? asked Billy. Searching, said Mark. For what? asked Stephen G. Techno's Egyptian novels, said Mark. He doesn't have them. I do, said Rachel. Bring them to me, said Mark. Rachel runs. What's going on? Mark asked Alicia. I need to show you something. Then you'll be informed, said Mark. Rachel approaches, then puts the books down. Mark flips through the books. Closes the book, throws it, then grabs the next book. You're really making me intense, said Alicia. Mark throws the second book, grabs the third, opens it, flips pages, stops, turns the page back, and then sees Egyptian writing. You all right, Mark? asked Billy. Rachel, you know the Egyptian language? asked Mark. Yes, said Rachel. Mark slides the book. What does this mean? asked Mark. Rachel sees Egyptian writing. How do you know about this? asked Rachel. I saw it inside the asteroid, said Mark. What's going on? asked Alicia. Mark said, he saw this writing inside the asteroid. And if it's true, we're all in danger, said Rachel. What does it mean? asked Mark. It means the end of days. This word is Armageddon, said Rachel. Armageddon, said Mark. What's going on? asked Ving. If we're right, a mutant named Armageddon may be here, said Rachel. Armageddon, who's that? asked Stephen G. A powerful hybrid. Half human, half demon mutant. He built Egypt. He wiped out the dinosaurs. If he's here, this may be the end of humanity, said Rachel. Don't worry, he'll fall like the others, said Alicia. We don't know what he's capable of doing, said Ving. He doesn't know either, said Alicia, walking away. Rachel follows. Alicia, if we go after him, he'll kill us, said Rachel. We all die sooner or later, said Alicia. Do you think this is what Jordan would do, lead his friends to death? asked Rachel. No, but for humanity, yes, said Alicia, walking away. Rachel walks out the back door, then sits. Door opens. Mark appears. She's wrong, you know, said Rachel. You need to look at her point of view. She's running on anger. I know she's wrong. But we're doing this because of Jordan, said Mark. Well, we can't just go running at him. We actually need a plan, said Rachel. Reuben walking. Car stops. Tires squealing. The window rolls down. Hey prick, move, said man 4. I'll move your car, though, said Ruben, raising his hands. The car rises, then gets thrown. Explosion in the distance. People are screaming and running. Ruben starts walking down the road. A black orb hits Ruben. Ruben stumbles, then sees Crispin. Armageddon, stop, said Crispin. Deep voice. I don't think so, said Ruben, moving his hands. A telephone pole falls. Crispin looks. A portal appears. Crispin goes through the portal. The portal disappears. The telephone pole hits the road. Ruben looks around. Fly goes past Ruben. Ruben is swatting Fly. Keep swatting, said Christopher. Ruben growls, sticks out his tongue, and then catches the fly. Chris, said Billy. Ruben spits. Spider crawls away. Ruben looks, then sees Billy. Deep voice. Who are you? Asked Ruben. Call me Wrecking Ball, said Billy. Deep voice. Let's see if you're as strong as one, said Ruben, stepping. Road collapses. Billy falls. Tremor approaches Ruben. Job jumps out of the road, then swings blades. Ruben grabs Job's blades, then throws him into the building. Amanda S. appears, then throws an orb. Ruben catches the orb, then throws it back. Amanda, said Alicia, moving Amanda S. black orb hits ground. Rachel appears behind Ruben, then swings the katana. Ruben grabs the katana, flips Rachel, and then points the katana at her. Stephen G. looks. Lewis, now, said Stephen G. Portal appears. Stephen G. blows fire through the portal. The portal appears next to Ruben. Ruben looks, then gets hit with fire. He's down, said Rachel. Ruben stands up. Rachel, said Ving, running. Rachel looks. Ruben raises and then swings the katana. Ving moves Rachel. Katana cuts Ving's chest. Ving! Yelled Rachel. Ruben points katana. Deep voice. Don't worry, you'll see him again in a few more seconds, said Ruben, raising the katana. Both Rachel and Ving go through the portal. Ruben looks up, then sees all 13. Armageddon, you won't get away with this, said Alicia. Deep voice. Who's going to stop me, you asked Ruben. Yes, you won't destroy humanity, said Crispin. You don't get it? Our race will have our own world. And I chose this one, said Ruben. We could live along with them. We have for many years. But if you don't change your mind, we'll stop you, said Alicia. Evil laughter. No one could defeat me. I'm the most powerful mutant ever. Even Apocalypse couldn't defeat me, said Ruben. Who's Apocalypse? Asked Alicia. A mutant I killed, said Ruben. We need to leave, said Mark. Lewis, get us out of here, said Alicia. Deep voice. All right, enough talking. Where were we? Asked Ruben. Lewis, now, said Alicia. A portal appears underneath all 13 of them. All 13 disappear. Ruben growls. A portal appears. All 13 appear inside the building. Ving is coughing up blood. Ving, hang on, said Rachel. We need to help him, said Christopher. You can't. That gash needed to be stitched right after it happened, said Mark. Ving continues coughing up blood. Rachel holds Ving's hand. I want to thank you all. We're like my family, said Ving, gasping his last breath. Ving, no, Please, said Rachel. All right, what do we do about Armageddon? Asked Mark. Can't we have a moment? Asked Billy. Every second counts. Especially now that he knows about us, said Mark. It can wait, said Alicia. Tell that to Ving, said Mark. Rachel jumps at Mark. All 10 pulled both Mark and Rachel away from each other. Calm down. This won't bring Ving back. Mark walks away. Crispin looks at all 10 of them. He might be an asshole, but he's right. We need a plan, said Crispin, following Mark. Everyone should just relax. We'll figure out a plan, said Alicia. Rachel is kneeling next to Ving. Mark is standing on the porch. Crispin approaching. Listen, said Crispin, being interrupted. Don't, I know I crossed the line. But at least someone does it, said Mark. I agree with you. But we just lost one of our own. So, just give them a while, said Crispin, walking away. Crispin, why'd you join the League? Asked Mark. I couldn't watch humanity die by our hands, said Crispin. Thanks, said Mark. Hey, everyone changes, especially you, hyena, said Crispin, walking away. Rachel continues kneeling next to Ving. Job approaches. Hey, how are you doing? Asked Job. Do you know why he joined the League? Asked Rachel. Never asked him, said Job. People made fun of him just because he was gay. Someone named Brandon brought him in, said Rachel. He also went by the name Flying Angel. That's how we knew him, said Christopher. Both Job and Rachel look at Christopher. How'd he recruit you? Asked Job. I was friends with Gunman. He came and found me. I scared him when he came, said Christopher. You've been through a lot, haven't you? Asked Rachel. I went through Magnum, the Stone Army, Frost, the Elements, Quake, Thunder, Lightning, Absorb, and Inferno. And now Armageddon, said Christopher. You've lost a lot too, said Job. Too many, just hopefully no more die. But what does hope give you? Asked Christopher. Nothing, said Crispin. Lewis is looking out a window. Billy approaches. Hey Lewis, how are you doing? Asked Billy. All right. Lewis looks at stars. Hey, did you know Jack knew astrology? Asked Lewis. Yes, he was going to teach me. But at that time, I left, said Billy. Every time we were outside, he told me everything he knew, said Lewis. Alicia walks past the room, walks back, and then sees Amanda. Amanda, said Alicia. Hey, said Amanda. Alicia walks into the room. You want to talk? Asked Alicia. About what? Asked Amanda. Whatever's on your mind, said Alicia. I don't have anything to talk about, said Amanda. Alicia sees Joshua's picture on the desk. You know, I miss Joshua too, said Alicia, walking away. Alicia, how does it feel? Asked Amanda. What? Asked Alicia. Losing Jordan, asked Amanda. It feels like a piece of me died, said Alicia. I was always part darkness. But when Joshua died, I felt a rush of emotion, said Amanda. Because you loved him, Amanda. That was the feeling. And he loved you too, said Alicia, walking away, then passing room. Mark is looking at Alicia. Alicia walks back. Mark looks. Hello, Evolve, said Mark. It's Alicia, and what are you doing? Asked Alicia. Looking through this book, said Mark. I thought you couldn't read Egyptian, asked Alicia. I'm not reading. I said, I'm looking, said Mark. See anything interesting? Asked Alicia. Actually, I believe I have, said Mark, holding the book. Alicia grabs the book and then sees a picture of Apocalypse. Yeah, it's a woman, said Alicia. I believe that's Apocalypse, said Mark. How do you know? Asked Alicia. I went through all of these pictures. None had a symbol on their heads. She's the only one, said Mark. So, you're saying this is Apocalypse, said Alicia. Yes, said Mark. All right, say it is. Armageddon said, he killed her, said Alicia. I think she's still alive, said Mark. So what if we find her, then what? Asked Alicia. Have her and Armageddon fight, said Mark. Where will we find her? Asked Alicia. Let's ask Rachel to help. We may have Armageddon's kryptonite, said Mark. Both Alicia and Mark walk out of the room. Footsteps approaching. All 10 look. Something up? Asked Billy. Rachel, read this, said Mark. Rachel reads. What's it saying? Asked Alicia. It talks about Apocalypse, said Rachel. Does it say where she's buried? Asked Mark. Yeah, Cairo, Egypt, said Rachel. We need to get to Egypt, said Alicia. I'll go. With me, it'll be quicker, said Louis. I'll help, said Billy. I'll stay, said Rachel. Why? Asked Alicia. Someone needs to distract Armageddon, said Rachel. I'll help you, Rachel, said Job. Adelaide, Steve, and Crispin. Will you help them? Asked Alicia. I'll stay too, just in case, said Mark. All right, Chris, Billy, Louis, Reginald, and Amanda. You'll come with me. Oh, and Mark, be careful, said Alicia. Just find Apocalypse quickly, said Mark. We'll try. And keep them safe, said Alicia. They'll come back. I'll be sure of it, said Mark. Louis, said Alicia. All 6 disappear. Let's get moving. Armageddon won't wait to destroy the world, said Mark. Mark, do you think we'll stop him? Asked Adelaide. Hell yeah, we'll stop him. You're all strong enough, said Mark. Really? Asked Adelaide. Sure, said Mark, walking away. What a liar, said Crispin. What? Asked Job. Nothing, said Crispin. Cairo, Egypt. Portal appears. All 6 appear. Where do we go? Asked Christopher. I don't know, said Alicia. Let's try this way, said Billy. All 6 are walking. Sun shining. Christopher falls. I'm tired. How long have we been walking? Asked Christopher. A minute and a half, said Reginald. Oh, then let's keep moving, said Christopher. All 6 are walking. Amanda stops, then gets flashing images. Reuben throws fire. May moves, then whistles. Reuben groans, then steps. Ground collapses. May falls. Amanda gasps. I know where Apocalypse is, said Amanda's town appears. People screaming. Reuben is throwing fire. Mark peeks around the corner. What's the plan? Asked Job. Keep him distracted. Until Apocalypse gets here, said Mark. And what if we can't? Asked Adelaide. We need to do it. But I doubt we'll survive, said Mark. Well, we won't live forever. Might as well end here, said Crispin. I was thinking about a few more years, said Stephen G. Well, let's make sure of that, said Mark. Reuben continues throwing fire. Tremor approaches Reuben. Job jumps out of the road, then swings blades. Reuben throws fire. Fire hits Job. Job rolls onto the road. A black orb hits Reuben. Reuben stumbles, then sees Crispin. Deep voice. "Didn't I teach you a lesson already?" asked Reuben. "Last time, you killed one of our friends." "Now, it's your turn," said Crispin, throwing a black orb. Reuben holds up his hands. The black orb goes still. Crispin is looking in shock. "Nice try, let me," said Reuben, throwing the black orb. Crispin is standing still. "Crispin," said Mark. Adelaide disappears, reappears next to Crispin, then grabs him. Both Adelaide and Crispin disappear. Black orb hits the wall. Smoke appears. "Guys." Footsteps approach. Stephen G looks. "Guys," said Stephen G. Evil laughter. Reuben appears. Mark coughs, then looks around. "Guys, you all right?" asked Mark. Both Adelaide and Crispin appear. Both Job and Rachel are approaching. "Where's Stephen?" asked Rachel. "Ion, where are you?" asked Mark. Adelaide looks, then sees a figure. "There," said Adelaide. All five look. Stephen G appears. "Stephen," said Rachel. Stephen groans. A feeler goes through Stephen G's chest. Reuben appears from the smoke, raises Stephen G, then throws him. Stephen G's body goes onto concrete. "Stephen!" yelled Mark. Deep voice. "Did you really think you could kill me? I'm stronger than every mutant alive," said Reuben. "Cairo, Egypt. All six are walking." "Are we getting close?" asked Alicia. "Yes, I can feel her," said Amanda S. "What does she feel like?" All five look at Christopher. "What, someone had to say it," said Christopher. "Will you dash?" said Amanda S., gasping. Image appearing in Amanda S. head. May appears. "The pyramid," said May, disappearing. Amanda S. gasps. "You all right?" asked Billy. "I saw her." "Apocalypse." "She said, by the pyramid," said Amanda S. "Pyramid, there's lots. Why didn't she just say, by the sand?" "That'd be easier," said Christopher, stepping. "Sand sinking." "Chris," said Amanda S. All six move. Sand continues sinking, then stops. Billy walks slowly, then sees a pyramid at the bottom of the hill. "Hey guys," said Billy. All six look. "She lured us here," said Amanda S. All six start digging. "This will take too long," said Alicia. "Lewis, bring her up," said Christopher. "I don't think I could," said Lewis. "You can," said Billy. Lewis raises his hand, then struggles. "My portal can't open," said Lewis. "Concentrate if you don't." "We're all dead," said Billy. Lewis nods, then raises his hand. The ground is slowly rumbling. All five step backwards. Sand sinks. A portal appears over the pyramid. Sand covers the pyramid. The portal disappears. Light appears. All six cover their eyes. A figure appears, then lands. Light disappears. May appears. "Are you Apocalypse?" asked Alicia. "Yes," said May. "We need your help with Armageddon," said Alicia. "Armageddon's back." "Let's go," said May. Mark lands on the road. Rachel swings the katana. Reuben moves continuously, then throws fire. Rachel falls. Adelaide continuously teleports, appears in front of Reuben, and then punches him. Reuben looks at Adelaide. Adelaide goes to teleport. Reuben's eye glows. Adelaide chokes, then rises. Adelaide, said Crispin, forming a black orb. Reuben throws fire. Fire hits Crispin. Crispin goes into the building. Adelaide continues choking. Deep voice. I told you. No mutant can kill me, said Reuben. Feelers appear from Reuben's body and then wrap around Adelaide's arms and legs. Please don't, said Adelaide. Deep voice. Sorry, no refund, said Reuben. All four look. Adelaide looks at both Job and Rachel. Bye, said Adelaide. No, yelled Rachel. Feelers rip Adelaide's arms and legs off. Adelaide, yelled Mark. Reuben looks at all four of them. All four run towards Reuben. Reuben throws fire. Fire hits both Mark and Rachel. Job swings blades. Reuben moves, then kicks Crispin. Crispin falls. Job swings the blades again. Reuben moves continuously, grabs Job's arm, and then twists it. Deep voice. I guess I'll be the last mutant standing, said Reuben. Rachel swings the katana. Reuben moves Job's arm. Blades collide. Rachel swings the katana again. Reuben continues moving Job's arm. Coward, said Rachel. Deep voice. You want me? You got to go through your friend, said Reuben. Rachel looks at the katana and then at Job. Sorry, Job, said Rachel. For what? Asked Job. Rachel jams katana through Job's chest into Reuben's chest. Both Job and Reuben gasp. Rachel pulls out the katana. Both Job and Reuben fall. Rachel falls, then starts crying. Rachel, you alright? Asked Mark. I killed Job, said Rachel. You had to. It was the only way. Stay here, Crispin, said Mark. Crispin groans. Rachel stands up. Reuben opens his eye. Mark helps Crispin stand up. Crispin looks, then sees Reuben standing up behind Rachel. Mark, said Crispin. Mark looks. Rachel, said Mark, running towards Rachel. Rachel looks. Mark moves Rachel's. Crispin throws a black orb. The black orb forms a black hole. Both Mark and Rachel grab pipes onto the building. Reuben gets sucked into the black hole. The pipe starts bending. Hold on, guys, said Crispin. The pipe continues bending. Hurry, Crispin. Crispin holds out his hands. The black hole deteriorates. Both Mark and Rachel look at Crispin. A portal appears. All seven appear. Holy shit, what happened? Asked Alicia. We killed Armageddon. He's dead, said Mark. How? Asked Billy. Crispin formed a black hole. He got sucked inside, said Mark. Where's the other three? Asked Alicia. Dead, said Rachel. You're sure he's dead? Asked May. Yes, he got sucked into a black dash, said Crispin, being interrupted. Reuben's hand appears through Crispin's chest. Crispin, said Mark. Crispin looks at Mark, then is ripped apart. Reuben appears. Deep voice. Like I said, you can't kill me, said Reuben. I could, said May. Deep voice. Apocalypse, you died, said Reuben. You only buried me. Plus, I'm just like you, said May. Deep voice. No one is like me. I'm invincible, said Reuben. May flies towards Reuben. Reuben gets tackled, then is dragged onto the road. May is standing over Reuben. You won't win, said Reuben, throwing fire. May goes flying past all 8 of them. League, attack, said Alicia. All 8 run at Reuben. Feelers whip at both Amanda S. and Lewis. Billy jumps at Reuben. Feeler wraps around Billy, then throws him. Rachel swings the katana. A feeler being cut, then more appear. Reginald points his bow and arrow. A feeler appears behind Reginald. Reginald, said Christopher, moving Reginald. The feeler goes into Christopher's side. Reginald jams an arrow into the feeler. The feeler comes out of Christopher's side. Chris, hang on, said Reginald. Reuben's eye glows. Reginald goes still, then rises. Alicia jumps from the road, then punches Reuben. Reuben groans. Reginald falls. Reuben looks at Alicia, then grabs her by the throat. Deep voice. You're pissing me off, said Reuben. Mark jumps at Reuben. A feeler hits Mark. Mark groans. Reuben's eye glows. Alicia catches fire, then screams. Alicia! Yelled Mark. Alicia falls. Reuben laughs. Billy punches Reuben. Reuben falls. Deep voice. I still don't know if you're as strong as a wrecking ball. Let's find out, said Reuben's eye glows. Engine rumbling. A wrecking ball machine appears, swings, and then hits Billy. Amanda S. throws a black orb. Reuben stumbles. You're going to die, said Amanda S. deep voice. Maybe, but not by you, said Reuben, throwing fire. Amanda S. forms a force field. Rachel jumps at Reuben, then swings the katana. Reuben's eye glows. Rachel goes still, then rises. Feelers wrap around all 4 of them. We can't move, said Reginald. Deep voice. I told you. I'm invincible, said Reuben. A red beam hits Reuben. Reuben falls. May is limping towards Reuben. You're done, Armageddon, said May. Deep voice. I don't think so, said Reuben, throwing fire. May falls. Reuben's eye glows. May goes still, then rises. Feelers go towards May, then wrap around her legs and arms. You won't win, said May. Reuben smiles. Deep voice. Then who will you? Goodbye, Apocalypse, said Reuben. That's what I was about to say, said May. Reuben looks at May. Katana goes through Reuben's chest. Deep voice. You've already tried this, remember, said Reuben. A second katana goes through Reuben's chest. Reuben gasps. May falls. Reginald. Reginald looks at Mark. Fire an arrow into his head, said Mark, throwing his bow. Reginald catches the bow, then fires an arrow. Arrow goes into Reuben's eye. May raises her hand, then throws a blue light. Rachel, move, said Christopher. The blue light goes towards both Rachel and Reuben. Explosion in distance. All 6 fall, then cough. Is everyone all right, asked Mark. All 6 look, then see a hole. May turns around. Is he dead, asked Lewis. Now he is, said May. Rachel, Rachel, yelled Reginald. She's gone, said Billy. You killed her, said Reginald. It was a sacrifice, said May. Reginald points his bow and arrow at May. Reginald, said Billy. Put that down. You've lost so much. Do you want to lose more? Reginald lowers his bow. That's what I thought, said May. What now? asked Billy. It's your fate, said May, walking away. Where are you going? asked Lewis. I'm leaving. I did what I had to, said May, flying away. Well, what now? asked Lewis. We continue on. The League will be rebuilt. And Mark can be in charge, said Billy. Thanks, but I'll decline, said Mark. Why? asked Lewis. Yeah, you could lead us, said Billy. I'm leaving too. Continue the League together. There's more danger out there, said Mark, walking away. Mark, said Amanda. Mark stops, looks, nods, and then runs into the woods. A year later. People are firing arrows. Reginald waves. Amanda waves back, then walks. Christopher shows insects to kids. Teenager 1 throws a baseball into a portal. The portal disappears, then reappears. Teenager 1 catches baseball. Lewis smiles. Amanda is walking. Billy goes through the wall, then runs. Kids follow. Amanda smiles, then continues walking. Cemetery appears. You all helped us. The League hasn't been as strong. And we haven't had anything bad happen. But we're still waiting. We miss all of you, said Amanda looking up. Mark appears. Truck drives past. Mark's gone. Amanda smiles, then walks back towards the building. Mark appears next to the tombstone, nods, and then walks away. The end.